do you mean supports G2728 to VLAN? I did set it to PVID too. What do you mean? I did that. What? Yo! That's cap, bro? I literally did that, bro. That is cap. That's big time cap. Oh wait, let me start this. Okay, don't forget that. That's big time cap, bro. Big time cap, you know what I'm saying? Two through 26, apply. Okay. Now, give it a VLAN ID of 2. Okay. So 27, edit. ID of 2. Apply. It's got 2. Okay, now 28. 2. Okay, they got PID of 2. Maybe it didn't work last time. I don't know what I did. 2244E. Okay, something is different now. Something is definitely different now. Something, that's not people steps though, that's like an animal steps. In the snow footprints, right? Maybe not. Let me go check if it's in. Maybe it's in. Should I finish this? I should finish this. What am I doing? Let me finish this and then I'll go check. Okay, this is 28. 10, 22, 44. Move them over. Bam. Apply. Close. Okay. Huh. So now we're gonna apply. Okay. Now it should work. I don't know what I did last time that it didn't work, but score. I don't know what it. Now it says 60%. Yo, this is tweaking. And then it says save and apply your changes. I literally did save and apply. Yo, this is tweaking. Yeah, this is tweaking, bro. This is tweaking. Okay, one last time. Am I going crazy? Bro, am I going crazy? There's no way. It's... I'm doing it. What? Dude, I'm... Oops. 2, okay. Now I'm starting to tweak. I gotta pay attention. Log into the Switch. Okay, we're in. Set the ports to access mode. First, answer the question, which is... Okay, that one. Okay, bet. Okay, VLAN management, interface settings. They're all in shrunk mode. Edit number 1. Access mode. Apply. X. Now let's confirm it. Make sure. Access mode. Okay. Now let's copy those settings. 2 through 26. Apply. All of these through 26. Okay, good. Okay. Now set the PID or the PVID to 2. Okay. So we'll go to 27. Edit. 2. Apply. X. Is it on 2? It is. Okay, now 28. So 27 and 28. Okay, so 28, edit. 2. Apply. Close. Is it on 2? It is on 2. Okay. Everything looking good now. Add VLANs to 27 and 28. So now let's go to port VLAN membership. 27. Join VLAN. We're going to get 22, 44, 67. Move them over. Apply. 22, 44, 67. Okay. Same thing for 28. Join VLAN. 22, 44, 67. Move. And apply. And X. Is it on them? It is. Okay. Everything's good now. Now save. And apply. And okay. Done. Alright. We should be good. Double check everything. Everything's looking good. Okay, now let's score the lab, because this is... Alright, so it worked. I don't know what I don't know what I did. Tweaking, bro. Tweaking for real. More labs? Okay, hold up. Okay, now we're gonna configure the switch IP settings from CLI. All right. Automatically copies. That's kind of cool. So process of configuring the branch 1 switch, which is right here. All right. Find the IP address assigned to the fast Ethernet interface on the router. Okay, so. Oh, on router SFO. Okay. So we'll go to this one. Enter. We're gonna type show CDP neighbors detail. Well, that doesn't work. Invalid input. Show CDP neighbors. Oh, find neighbors from the switch. Okay. Show CDP neighbors detail. Nope, that just doesn't work. Use the show CDP neighbors detail command. Okay, on SFO. Enter. Copied. How can I paste? No, there's no pasting. Okay. Show CDP neighbors space detail. Enter. That doesn't work. P show CD neighbors. Show CDP. Show CDP neighbors. Yo, what? Question. Okay, that's huh? Okay. Restart everything because I'm doing something wrong. Find the IP address assigned to the fast Ethernet 00 interface on router SFO. Fast 00 interface. On SFO. Okay, I'm on SFO. Show CDP neighbors detail. Enter. That does not work. That's not the command. Fam. That ain't the command. That's a problem. Probably have to enter like a config mode. I don't remember how that works. We're gonna have to search something here. Show route. This one I just butchered. What does that? Show ARP, show IP route, show print. So it's gonna be something here, I'm thinking. Where is it? I passed it. Here? No. Where did it go? Here. Show. I didn't even finish typing this. Output shows. Destination gateway interface. So what can I type? Show route. Show IP route. Show ARP. Nothing is working on this. I'm not. show CDP. Yo. Alright, I'm gonna have to look. We're just gonna have to manually look. Oops. Whoa, okay. Configuring interfaces and switches all the way here. We gotta go to this thing. Switch show commands. Here we go. Now we're talking. Show config. Yeah, we gotta get to privileged mode or something. I forgot how you get into there. So switch interface configuration. Maybe this. All right, now we're talking. Okay, we gotta go into enable. Okay, now show CDP neighbors detail. Hopefully this works now. Now we talking, baby. That's why you take notes. You know, I would not have been able to do this without notes. Without notes, no way. No way, Jose. And why is everything open? All right, bet. Nice. So let's see. So fast Ethernet 00. Okay, let's see what I'm looking here. So we've got addresses there. Fast Ethernet / 0 port ID, outgoing port. Whoa. Address, is it gonna be that one? I think it's gonna be that one. Okay, I think it's gonna be that. No, it's not. Okay, it's not that one. That's the only address. Okay, let's try to do the same thing, but show CDP neighbors detail, and then we'll specify the interface. Fast Ethernet 0/0. Well, is that even allowable? No. Okay. Go back to the show command. Show interface. Okay, let's try that. Show interface. Fast Ethernet 0/0. Okay, it's that one. So they just gave me the straight up wrong command because I didn't even use that command. Unless I'm probably doing it from the wrong thing. Probably need to do this and then do enable. And then do show CDP neighbors detail. Okay, now let's see what this thing is showing me. Okay, now it's showing me that. Okay, the way they worded the task on here was really bad. It was pretty bad. But I think I've got the right answer now. So now we want to configure the switch with the following parameters. Okay. Oh shoot, how do I, okay. So now, why is that? If I go back to, is it just like now always gonna be open? Okay, I don't know why that's like that. Okay, so now I can configure VLAN, which is one of these. Route selection, virtual LANs, okay. Here's something. Okay, so this is how you're gonna do it. So we're gonna create a VLAN 1 by just typing in that. Nope, okay. We're gonna do this. Nope, okay. We're gonna do name VLAN 1. Nope, okay. We need to be in global configuration mode, okay. So now we gotta switch interface configuration, okay. Now we need to type in configure terminal, okay. That's how you enter it. Configure terminal. Bam, okay, now we're in here, baby. Now we can do VLAN 1. Bam, okay. It didn't fail, so I think that worked. Now we can do how do we do IP address and subnet mask? Name VLAN 1. Okay. I'm just trying to, let's see, let's go back to the other one. Commands to create a VLAN. VLAN 1 is the default. Okay, so that's already created. What's this one do? No, this one. Configuring sub interfaces for VLANs. Ah, okay. Let's try the first one to see what happens. Put ports into VLAN 16, okay. So we want to put, wait a minute, no, that's not what we're doing. Let's do show VLAN to see what's going on here. That does not work. That's crazy. In global configuration mode. Okay, so I guess I had to be in the previous mode. Showing VLANs. Showing VLAN 1, default status active, ports. Does it not show? How do you set the IP address for this? I don't understand how to do it. Configure the switch with the following parameters. Okay. Man, this is hard. And I've got all the notes here too. Hmm. 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 Bro, I don't know how to do this. I'm gonna have to take the L. Yeah, I'm not wasting time like this. Submit, score. Give me that F, baby. Show me how to do this. Okay, select branch 1 switch. From terminal, press enter. Type enable or press enter to change to the exec or global config mode. And show that, okay, then answer the question. Okay, then, so I was able to get that. Then do config T, press enter. Okay, so we want to enter into config mode. Type interface VLAN 1 and press enter. Okay, how come I did not have that here? Let's see. So let's do something here. We don't need all this. We want here. Okay. I've got nothing that says VLAN interface. Or interface. I do here actually. SVI configuration. Okay, I see how to do that. So I'd want to do that and then okay, then do this. Okay, I see. And then exit. Then use IP default gateway, router's IP address, and then press enter. And then copy, run, start. Okay, I think we could figure it out from here. Let's do it, baby. I gotta go to here, branch 1, enter, enable to get into privilege mode, then do show CDP neighbors detail, enter. Yo, this stuff is truly terrible. I'm not gonna lie, this stuff is terrible. The GUI is just so much better. Remembering all of this garbage, bro, not worth it. Let's see, okay. So we've got the IP right there, okay. Bam, okay, so we're done with that. Now we want to configure it. So now we've got to go into config mode. So config T, short for terminal, enter. Now we're in global config mode. Now, interface VLAN 1, enter. So now we're in interface. And we could do IP address, and we want to type in set the IP address as 192.168.11.2050. Then we can add the subnet mask as well, so 255.255.255.0, enter. And then we can then what, exit? Then yeah, so we exited that. And now we want to set the IP address. So how do you do that? That was IP default gateway. I don't have any what is it called? Syntax highlighting. So I have no idea what's working and what doesn't work. So I'm gonna look for how I can set that. It's probably gonna be on here. Okay. No, I don't know. I thought I clicked it. I guess I didn't. Here. And there should be something here. No, there's interface. Show commands? Probably not. Okay, so maybe it's in here. Maybe not. Huh. Let's see if I can figure out IP default dash gateway incomplete command. Oh, maybe that was correct. IP default dash gateway, and then we'll specify the IP address, which is the one we just set up, 192.168.11.250. Enter. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay, good. IP default dash gateway 192.168.11.250. Enter. I think it worked. So now we have to check the default gateway. So that's going to be one of these show commands probably. So now we can go into the show commands and see what's going on. Show config? Yeah, that's probably what we want to do. Whoa. So now we want to do show config. No, you can't do that. Okay, we have to exit, and now we can do show config. Okay, now let's see what's going on here. default gateway, IP address and default gateway, okay. So IP address for VLAN 1 is shown there, that looks correct, and the default gateway. Configure the switch to use the fast Ethernet 00 interface on the SFO router as the default gateway. Which should be the one that was given to us by the show the neighbors command. So I think it's good. I think we're good. Okay, now we have to save our changes to the config. So let's do that. Let's copy the run config to the start. Copy run start. Is that how you do that? Destination file name, startup config. Enter. Building configuration. Okay. Did it work? Did it work? I think it worked. Try to figure out how to check it. Yeah, I can do show config and see if it's saved. That's what I can do. So let's do show config. And we'll do... Yeah, it's saved. Cool. Exit. Okay, I think it worked. I think we Gucci, baby. Score it. 50%? What? Yo, I definitely did it, bro. Let me see. Okay, what did I get wrong? Save the IP address. Save the default gateway. I did do the default gateway. Let me see. What did I mess up? Uh-oh. What? Seriously, what did I mess up, bro? The router's IP address. What is the IP address assigned to fast Ethernet 0/0 interface on the SFO router? This one. And that's what I put in. Copy run start. Unless I didn't do exit. Maybe I didn't do exit when I did that. That's got to be it, because I typed all of that stuff correctly. So I don't know what all that is about. So, okay, let's do this again. That's okay, we'll get more practice. Enter enable mode, and we're going to do show CDP neighbors detail. Enter. Okay, now we're going to find the... Uh-oh, what is this? Oh, there we go. Okay, address. Entry addresses there. Device ID SFO. SF0. SFO? It's SFO. SFO. Address 192.168.11.254/24. Okay, so we'll 192.168.11.254. Okay. Oops. Don't do that. Okay, so we got that in there. Now we want to do interface VLAN 1. Enter. Nope, we wanted to escalate our mode by doing config T, enter, and then interface VLAN 1, enter. Okay, that seemed to have done something. Now we can do type in IP address, and the one we want to set is 192.168.11.250, and the subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. Enter. Okay. Now we want to type exit to ensure that that works. Now we want to configure the switch to use the default gateway. Okay, so we do that by doing IP space default dash gateway and then the router's IP address, which is what we just, no, it's the 254. Okay, maybe that's what I typed. That's probably what I typed, is a 250 instead of the other one. 192.168.11.254. I probably did 250. Enter. Okay, looks like that did something. So exit. Configured from console admin. Okay. So now we can do copy run start. Destination startup config. Enter. Okay. Building configuration. Okay. Enter. So now we can do show config. Let's see what we got in here. IP address of that default gateway of 192.168.11.254. Okay, I think we good. I think we good. I think we Gucci, baby. Let's submit it. Let's score this thing. I think I got it. I think I got it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Okay, now we got to do configure management VLAN settings from the CLI. You just installed a new switch. You want to manage the switch from a remote location. In this lab, your task is to set up a remote management for the switch as follows. Okay, I have no idea how to do that, so we're gonna see how this is gonna work out. So we just got a switch here, so we'll just get into there. Okay, press enter. Okay, probably need to go already enable mode at least. Configure the IP address and subnet mask for the VLAN 1 interface. Okay, so we can do that again. So we'll just do interface VLAN 1, enter. No, what was it? Shoot, what was it? What was it? How did I forget already? Interface VLAN 1, interface VLAN 1. Oh, it's gotta be caps. Interface VLAN 1, enter. Nope, we gotta escalate. Config T, interface VLAN 1. Now we're talking, okay. Now we can do IP address. That's 3 S's, okay, IP address. And then we could set that to 192.168.11.250. Subnet mask 255.255.255.0. Enter. Now we want to configure the switch to use the default gateway of that. Okay, this looks like the same steps. So we're going to exit, enter. Now we want to do IP default dash gateway, and then it's going to be 192.168.11.254. Enter. Okay. Exit. Okay, bam. So now it's configured. Okay. Verify the configurations using show run command. Okay, show run. Let's see, so interface VLAN 1 IP address is looking correct. The default gateway is looking good. Now save your changes to the startup config. Okay. So you do that by doing copy running config. So copy run to start. So copy run start. Enter. Destination file name startup-config. Enter. Okay. Enter. Okay, so I think we're good. So that was easy. That was the same exact steps as last time. It was the same steps. Score lab. Yeah, that was the same exact steps with the same exact settings. Interesting. Okay. So let's hit this quiz, baby, and move on. Because we've been stuck on this. Look at this. I'm on week 2. We should be on week 4 right now. What a terrible absolute L. Absolute L of a progress, bro. Alright, let's hit this quiz here. I'm not going to remember this, that's for sure. Which of the following describes the function of subnetting? Do that one. Next. Which of the following can you use to create a virtual LAN? A router. And a switch. I think it's just router because it's just the VLANs are at the IP level, so you have to do router. Or layer 3 switch, but they always say switch. I'm gonna go with router. You can't do multiple, so I'm just gonna go with router since it's a layer. It's the network layer, which is layer 3. Okay. Next. What is the default LAN ID on a switch? Oh, that's easy. That's 1. How are communications between VLANs facilitated? Through an IP router or layer 3 capable switch? Probably that one. By configuring VLANs to the same ID through direct connection through fiber. Okay, yeah, no. Next. What is the primary purpose of trunking in a network? To interconnect multiple switches and build the network fabric? To replace wireless connections with wired connections? No. To connect a computer to the internet? No. To increase security of the internet? Okay. If they gave like somewhat difficult like options, but they gave such bad options that it's so obvious to know which one's the correct one, so I'll do that. But to interconnect multiple switches. Next. What's the primary difference between tagged and untagged ports regarding VLAN tags? Untagged ports do not add or remove VLAN tags from frames within the same VLAN. Wait, untagged ports do not add or remove tags from frames within the same VLAN. Untagged ports can transport traffic for multiple VLANs. Tagged ports add a VLAN tag to all outgoing frames. Tagged ports strip VLAN tags from incoming frames. Oh man, this one's actually kind of difficult. Okay. Let's see. What's the primary difference between tagged and untagged ports regarding VLAN tags? I think it has to do one of the tagged ports options. Tagged ports strip VLAN tags from incoming frames? Is that correct? VLAN ports add a VLAN tag to all outgoing frames. I think they add a tag. They have to add a tag that identifies it as 802.1q. Do they add that tag? Is that what they do? And when they receive it, do they strip that and then? No. I know it strips it at some point, I think. I remember reading something about that. Untagged ports do not add or remove VLAN tags from frames within the same VLAN. They don't do that regardless, I don't think. Untagged ports can transport traffic from multiple VLANs? No. I think it's adding a VLAN tag. I think they add a VLAN tag. I think that's... I'm gonna go with that one. That's a tough one. In the context of VoIP, What does Cisco Discovery Protocol facilitate? Oh, that's what that was. CDP. Interesting. Encryption of voice traffic, reduction of latency in voice traffic, conversion of analog voice signals to digital, automatic assignment of voice VLAN ID to handsets. I think it's that one. I think it's the last one. Next. Why is it recommended to change the native VLAN from its default setting? To allow for more VLANs to be created, to enable inter-VLAN routing, to reduce the risk of VLAN hopping attacks. Something probably around attacks. NetAdmin wants to set up a switch with a voice or auxiliary virtual local area network VLAN to distinguish the PC and VoIP traffic without having to set up a trunk port. Without a trunk port, okay. Which of the following commands should the administrator perform first? Oh man, beats me. Switch port voice VLAN 101, switch port mode access, switch port access VLAN 100, interface gigabit Ethernet 0/0. Oh man. Whew. I don't know about this one. Oh man. And I don't know if I've got 2 wrong already. If I already got 2 wrong, this one is gonna end my ability to pass. So this is a big right here. This is huge. Let's see. Switch port voice VLAN 101. Switch port mode access. Switch. I have no idea. I don't know nothing about that. I read it once and it was like, you're not gonna remember it just because you read it once. I have no idea what these do. Switch port mode access. That's changing some of the ports to access mode. Is that the first thing you do? I don't think so. Switch port access VLAN 100. Switch port voice VLAN 101. You probably go to interface first, is what I'm guessing. Interface gigabit Ethernet 0/0. That's what I'm gonna guess. I'm guessing you do the interface first. I have no idea though. What is a router on a stick? A router with multiple physical interfaces, each connected to no. A router with a single interface connected to a trunk port on the switch. Yeah, that's what it is, with a single interface. Next. Alright, I have no idea. Moment of truth. Did I hit it? I think 80% at best. 70%. I got 3 wrong. And it had nothing to do with even the last ones I got right, bro. I got the first 2 wrong? How did I get number 1 wrong? What? Oh, I completely did not read the last one. That's the problem. I looked at the first one and then I kind of skimmed the next. Dang, that's tough. That's really tough. Because it's not... Oh man, I just did not notice that. I was not paying attention hard enough. Yeah, I should have gotten that right and then I would have passed. Wow. And this one I got wrong. This is crazy. You use a switch to create VLANs. Routers do not support the creation of VLANs, but virtual LAN is at the network level. Am I not understanding something? VLANs. Oh, they're a layer 2 thing. Okay, subnetting is separate. VLAN is a layer 2 thing. Subnetting is a layer 3 thing. That which subnetting at layer 3 is duh, but VLAN. Okay, so think about VLAN and LAN. That's more like MAC address. It's working with interfaces. That's the thing. That's what it is. Okay. Let's see what else I've got going on. Okay. That one was good. That one was good. That one was good. This one was wrong. Yeah, this one I had no idea. Untagged ports do not add or remove VLAN. Okay. Untagged ports are being configured for a single VLAN. Do not need to add or remove VLAN tags when forwarding traffic within the same VLAN. The traffic is inherently part of that VLAN. Tagged ports add a VLAN tag only when necessary, such as when forwarding traffic over a link. I don't know why it's everything is like that. It's such a buggy browser, bro. Tagged ports add a VLAN tag only when necessary, such as when forwarding traffic over a trunk link. Okay, trunk links are when you use VLAN tags. Okay. Untagged ports are designed for a single VLAN, not multiple VLANs, and then tagged ports do not strip VLAN tags from incoming frames. They forward frames with the tags appropriate to the VLANs. Okay. And I got the last 4 right, actually. So I got that one right. Got that one. Okay, and I got that one right. Alright, let's redo it. Unreal. But this time I'm gonna get it all right. Let's see, speed run. But not too quick, because I'll get something wrong. Which of the following best describes the function of subnetting, logically dividing IP network into smaller subnets? There it is, logically dividing. Which of the following can you use to create a virtual LAN or a VLAN? It's a switch. It's a layer 2 thing with interfaces. What's the default VLAN ID? 1. Next. How are communications between VLAN facilitated? Through IP router or layer 3 capable switch. Next. What is the primary purpose of trunking in a network? Interconnect multiple switches to build in a network fabric. Next. What is the primary difference between tagged and untagged ports regarding VLAN tags? Untagged ports do not add or remove VLAN tags from frames within the same VLAN. Next. What does CDP facilitate? Automatic assignment of voice VLAN to handsets. What is recommended to change the native VLAN from its default setting? Or why? Reduce the risk of VLAN hopping attacks. What command should they perform first? This one. And what is a router on a stick? Next, score. Nice. 100, baby. Alright, next. Wow, I am so incredibly behind. It's actually unreal. Oops. Wait, what was this? Oh, that goes back and forth? Okay. How can I close all? There's gotta be a collapse all, no? Which one is this? Routing and VLAN troubleshooting. Dang, I haven't done too much yet. Dang, I haven't done anything today. Bro, this is starting to become a serious problem. I gotta start getting like way more. I gotta bump these numbers up, bro. 4 or 5 hours of work, not enough each day. I'm not even getting 4 hours actually. At least not today and yesterday. going on here? Weird. Weird. What's that all about? Decoluse? What am I typing? Did I type that right? I didn't even type that right. No, I did. Interesting. Okay. Now I can, okay, now I can start that. Let's see. What's new? What should I look up here? Maybe do some bookmarks reading? I can do that. There's not much time though. Let me see. What do I do? B? Option B? No, option R. Control R? Control R. Let's see. Can I just open up this thing from here? Nope. How do I even do this? I can't even just go to it? How do I just go to it? How do I go to it? How do I go to it? How do I go to it? I can't just go to it from here. I can do that. That works. Okay, let's see. This one I can move into, let's see, privacy, security, probably privacy. I do have it in here. Okay, so I can, So let me just delete that from here. Fight highlights. Why is this saved? I don't even know what this is.
Nice right in.
I think this was just practice. I was not practice, but test. I was testing something, so let's delete that. This one I can do. Yeah, this one. Probably want to move this to here. Yeah. Did that work? Oh, I see what I was doing. I was just in all bookmarks. Oops. So that means I just deleted it from here. Yeah, it means I just deleted it from here. Wow. Smart. Not very smart. Oops. There we go. Now I can put this into here. There we go. Okay, unsorted. Let's see. This one, probably don't care. Let me delete that, actually. What is this? Oh, okay. I probably don't need that. This one I can probably do. With what? Probably want to put it in. But is it in there? I don't know. This one. Let's look at this. Oh, he's a professor of law. He directs the Cordell Institute. Could be a good book actually. Oh, it's at the top here? Yeah. Hmm. Can you not configure automatically open? Oh, yeah, I do. I just didn't have it. I love how it's just right there. There we go. Now we're talking. Hmm. Anyway, this I can go into there. Bam. Cool. Let's start this up. I was in the middle of something here. Let's see. I think it was here. Yeah. What's going on here? suppose it is. One second. I don't know what it is. What is the command? All right. Okay. Bro, these things just do not get any shorter, do they? Holy cow. 7's a little bit by like one section. But wow, there's so much in here. There's just so much. Wow. Yeah, this is not a short one at all. Started off strong, kind of. Week 1. Unreal. Okay, I see. Let me test out this other thing just for some notes, because I keep typing. I want to see if I'm going to mess up as much on the Mac one. So let me just do this. Let me just try it out. Let's just see what happens. See what happens a little bit, you know what I'm saying? See what happens. See what happens. Maybe it's gonna be harder because everything's so flat. It's like hard to type on this actually. What? Oh my goodness, I don't know why I do that. Let's see. So if it's still assigned to the wrong VLAN, suspect a physical cabling problem. I just typed that already. What am I typing here? There's not as much key travel. It's really flat. It's so... I would say this is not like the optimal typing experience, probably. I used to use this all the time, and it was fine. I quite liked it, but I got so used to not using something like this. I feel like there would be a good medium with those like flatter keyboards. I feel like that would really be the best option. I'd have to try that out someday. Okay, I don't really like this. There's not really a reason to use that. It should be like this. Okay. Oh, I never started this. Of course I didn't.
In this demo, we're going to investigate troubleshooting commands available in Cisco iOS to help diagnose WAN connectivity problems. In the exhibit, you see that we have two routers, router A and router B. They're both connected over a point-to-point WAN circuit using their serial interfaces. Both routers have been configured, but there remains a lack of connectivity. We cannot ping across the link. We need to diagnose why that is. Let's start with router A. We'll enter ping 192.168.1.2. That is the IP address on the other end of this connection. We can see that there is a connectivity problem between the two routers. Based on that, let's enter a few show commands to try to determine the root cause. We'll start by typing show interfaces and specifying the serial interface that we're using. So we'll add S000 to the show interfaces command and press enter. On top, we see serial 000 is up, but the line protocol is down. When you have an up-down situation, that usually means it's a layer 2 issue. That gives us a starting point. We can see it has an IP address of 192.168.1.1 assigned. Also, we see that the encapsulation is set to PPP. This is all good information. It's worth noting, however, that PPP is not the default encapsulation type on serial interfaces. HDLC is the default. The down situation could be the result of HDLC running on the other end. It doesn't matter which one you choose as long as they're identical in their settings on both ends. That's something that we'll have to check on the other end to make sure that the encapsulations match. If we enter Show IP Interface Brief, we can see the same situation on the bottom. It's in an up-down state. There's definitely something wrong here. It could be on router A, it could be on the remote end. We don't have enough information at this point to be sure. A good next step is to use a show run on the local router and look at the serial interface again. We can see the same IP address and mask we saw earlier and encapsulation PPP. We knew we were using that. A new piece of information is this PPP authentication is CHAP. So, this interface has been configured to authenticate with the other end. Again, not a problem, actually a good thing, but we need to verify the same has been configured on the other end. Maybe now is a good time to switch over to router B and look at its configuration. We'll resume a telnet connection that we had with router B. We'll execute that same command again, show run int S000. Both configurations are on screen now, so we can do a side-by-side comparison. That will be helpful. We can see the IP address and the mask. Just focusing on that, they do look like they are compatible, 1.1 and 1.2, with a common mask. There's no reason from an IP standpoint that they should not be able to communicate. They're both configured for PPP as well as authentication CHAP. We can also see a clock rate has been set on the router B serial port. That tells us that it's the DCE end, the WAN connection. Nothing jumps out on screen as being a problem. Next, we'll broaden the show command. We'll enter show run and see what else might be in the config. We'll go to the next page. Now we can see a username command here. This is required for PPP authentication CHAP. Username router A is the device on the other end of this serial connection, the host name of that device. So that looks accurate. Then password secret. So secret is the shared string that must match on both ends of this connection. Let's make a note of that and verify that the same is configured on the other end. Let's return to router A and enter that same show command, show run. Page down once, twice, and there's the username command. It looks okay so far. Router B is the other end of this connection. But notice the password has been mistyped. In this case, we have an extra letter E in the word secret. These strings do not match. That's something we'll have to fix. That's an easy fix. Let's do that right now. Let's go back to the global config and re-execute the username command, being more careful this time to type it in correctly. There we go. We'll perform a shutdown of the port to reinitialize the authentication sequence, but prior to doing so, we'll enter a terminal monitor command. That will redirect console messages to this telnet connected session. Let's enter debug PPP authentication to activate a debug of PPP authentication. All right, now let's go back to that interface, enter shut, and wait for it to go down. We'll enter no shut to bring it back up. You should very quickly see a flood of authentication debug messages. On the very bottom, you can see that the status of the interface has been changed to up. This is what we're looking for, success messages on the bottom. If authentication was failing, as it was prior, you would see failure messages on the bottom here, indicating a password string mismatch. Because we're done debugging, we can turn that off by entering undebug all. Let's repeat a couple of these show commands. For example, IP interface brief. Well, that's better on the bottom. We now have an up-up state. So far, it looks as if the password mismatch was the cause of the problem we were having. Another cause of up-down could be an encapsulation mismatch. Once again, if we had a PPP on one end and HDLC on the other, that would also result in an up-down state. Let's enter ping 192.168.1.2 to get across the link and see if we fixed everything there. It works. Yes, we fixed everything there. The reason we used ping is that even though we are in an up-up state, it does not mean we don't still have a problem above layer 2. That's why we looked at the IP addresses and verified that they are compatible. Even though layer 2 might be in good shape, you could still have two IP addresses that simply don't exist on the same subnet and thus still could not communicate. That's why we troubleshoot from the bottom up, which means starting with layer 1. Are the devices connected? Is there a cable unplugged? Are the devices connected properly? Are the pinouts correct? If the cabling looks good, then we move to layer 2. Layer 2 in this demo included the encapsulation types and the authentication process. Once those were fixed, layer 3 required only IP compatibility for things to start working. That's it for this demo. In this demo, we performed troubleshooting on WAN circuits.
Network Plus for sure the hardest, bro. For sure the hardest of the exam, bro. I can't imagine Security Plus is gonna be hard, bro. That one's gotta be easy. I don't know why, but I feel like that would be easy. Alright, lesson review. Let's just get into it, baby. Let's get into it. What factors consider with that when there are identical paths with equal AD to a destination, equal administrative distances? Probably the path with the lowest metric value, because first it's the shortest prefix, and then it's the AD, then finally it's the lowest metric value. What is the preferred route selection when there are paths to the same destination with different prefix lengths? Preferred route when they're the same with different prefix lengths. Okay, the path with the shortest prefix. Wait, no. The path with the most specific prefix length. So the longest prefix length. If you could ping a host's default gateway but cannot ping hosts on remote networks, what should you suspect? Ping a host's default gateway but cannot ping hosts on remote networks. Some sort of routing issue. What's the effect of a poison route in distance vector routing protocols? Advertises a route with a hop count of 16 to indicate the network is unreachable. It decreases the hop count to 0 to indicate the network is directly connected. It advertises a route with a hop count of 16 to indicate the network is reachable. I think it's the one that's unreachable. Hop count of 16. What is a symptom of a routing loop? ICMP at time exceeded error messages. That one. What is this? What does the split horizon mechanism prevent in routing protocols? Oh shoot. The propagation of routing loops through increased hop counts. That doesn't make sense. A router from advertising a route back to the router from which it was learned. The use of a default gateway, the configuration of static routes. Probably the second one. What must be configured if DHCP services are located in a different VLAN from the client services? I just remember this because they just said this. So static route, physical connection, unique DNS, DHCP relay. Oh, I got a phone call, 1 second. What is the primary purpose of establishing the scope of a VLAN assignment issue? To configure, to assign, to identify the specific problem and its impact on the network. Yeah, to identify the specific problem. Yeah, that one. What is the first step in diagnosing VLAN alignment issues using ping? Ping a remote host or server, ping the gateway, ping another host on the same VLAN, ping the loopback address, then the host's own IP address to confirm that TCP IP is configured properly. That one. What should be verified if you cannot ping a remote host? Cannot reping any remote hosts during VLAN troubleshooting. The switch and router configuration, the subnet mask of all devices in the VLAN. The host's firewall is disabled. That all devices have static IP addresses. So not the first one, not the host's firewall disabled. The subnet mask of all devices in the VLAN. Probably the switch and router configuration. Score. Hot 100, baby, let's go. Baby, let's go. Is this going? Yeah, it is. Okay. So that was the lesson review. Now we gotta do the whole module quiz. And it's been a while since I did the first stuff, so that's gonna be tough. 30 questions? Oh man. Alright, start. Kate, a network administrator, has been tasked with staying within the company budget. She has a large network and doesn't want to spend more than she needs on purchasing and registering multiple public IP addresses for each of the hosts on her network. Which of the following methods could help her provide internet access but also keep costs low and limit the number of registered IP addresses her organization needs to purchase? So she has a large network, doesn't want to spend more than she needs on purchasing and registering multiple IP addresses for each of the hosts. She can use network address translation. What is the primary difference between sub interface and switched virtual interface? Oh shoot, let me see. I think I can know it from the answers. Let's see. SVI can only be used in routers, while sub interfaces are for switches. Sub interfaces requires a physical interface, while SVI does not. I think it's that one. SVIs are used for encrypting VLAN traffic, interfaces not. Sub interfaces are routing. No, it's the physical interface thing. Okay, bet. What action does a router take when it receives an update from a neighbor in a network using the Routing Information Protocol, RIP? What action does the router take when it receives an update? Resets the routing table to match the received update exactly. Discards the update if it contains known routes. Immediately forwards the update to all other neighbors. Adds unknown routes to its routing table and increases the hop count by 1. I think it's that one. I don't really understand that one. I've thought about that one a couple times, but I know that's the answer. In netconfig, what term is used to describe the private network address as seen from the public network? Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Inside local, outside global, inside global, outside local. What does that even make? Are all of those used? The private address seen from the outside, so that would be the inside global. That sounds like that would make sense, so I'm gonna guess that inside global. Or is it the outside global? I don't know, man. I'm just gonna guess inside global because private is the inside versus public would be outside, and then seen from the global side or versus seen from the local side. So I'm gonna guess inside global. Let's go. Why might a medium-sized network opt for a collapsed core model? Oh shoot, collapsed core? To implement traffic policies near the access layer, to decrease the scalability of networks, simplify network by combining core and distribution layers, increase complexity. To simplify. Next. What is the purpose of inspecting the ARP cache table? View device's routing table, modify device's IP address to discover duplicate IP addresses and misconfigurations. Increase the router's memory. To discover duplicate IP addresses and misconfigurations, or to view the device's routing table. No, the routing table is route. ARP is not routing. That's IP addresses and misconfigurations. Yeah, that one. Okay, next. What is the characteristic of an enterprise class router firewall compared to a SOHO router firewall? It's less secure, it's cheaper, can support far more sessions, it can support fewer sessions. Far more sessions. What might cause missing route in a routing table? A required static routing entry has not been entered or is incorrect. Yeah, that one. Fully functional router with no configuration changes. No. An overabundance of dynamic routing updates. An excessively high administrative distance. I don't think so. I think it's the first one. Next. During network expansion, a company decides to implement EIGRP across its entire network, which spans multiple locations with varying link speeds and delays. The network team is tasked with ensuring that the routing protocol can efficiently handle the diverse network infrastructure while maintaining fast convergence times and minimizing unnecessary traffic. What feature of EIGRP should the network team leverage to meet these requirements? Ensure efficiently handle diverse network infrastructure while maintaining fast convergence times and minimizing unnecessary traffic. Which feature should they leverage? Configure EIGRP to use multicast addressing for routing updates. Implement a topology table to prevent routing loops and support rapid convergence. Set a high number of maximum hops across the network. Utilize static routing alongside EIGRP for all interlocation links. I have no idea on this one. Probably it would make sense. Implement a topology table or utilize static routing. They both sound like they could be options. I feel like the static routing would make sense because then it's like more it's like quicker. I'm gonna guess that one, but it could also be the topology table. I have no idea really how that kind of stuff works. Your network, you have VLAN for the sales staff and a VLAN for the production staff. Both need to be able to communicate over the network. Which of the following devices would work best for communication between VLANs? VLAN for the sales staff and VLAN for the production staff both need to be able to communicate over the network. Which of the following devices would work best for communication between VLANs? That's going to be a layer 3 switch, maybe. Next. What is the primary reason for using BGP in the internet's routing architecture? I have no idea. Reduce the complexity of routing tables, allow for direct peer-to-peer file sharing? No. Provide end-to-end encryption? No. Increase the speed of data transmission? Probably reduce the complexity of routing tables. Next. What happens to the packets returned from the internet in a PAT configuration? They undergo reverse mapping to insert the original IP address and port number. They are stored in a buffer until the correct host requests them. They're discarded if they do not match an existing port mapping. They broadcast to all internal hosts. I have no idea what this even is. Returned from the internet in a PAT configuration? What? Port? I don't know what that is. It's discarded probably. I don't know. What happens to 802.1q tagged frame is received on an untagged port? Frame is dropped or the tag is stripped? Tagged frame received by an untagged port. Probably the tag is just stripped. Maybe. I have no idea. Or it could be that it's dropped. It could be one of those two. I just guessed. Because I'm kind of in a rush here. How is the access layer typically implemented on each site in a 3-tiered network hierarchy? Access layer using structured cabling and wall ports for wired access and access points for wireless access. That sounds right. By establishing a full mesh topology between all, no. Through the use of a single central switch, no. Implementing WAN routing protocols for local device, no. Okay, so it's the first one there. Which of the following best describes packet filtering firewalls? Filter outgoing traffic. They inspect the content. They inspect the headers of IP, add packets, and filter based on rules. Yeah, inspect the headers. Yeah, that one. What is ARP used for in IPv4 networks? To determine the data link layer address of the destination interface. ARP used in IPv4 networks. Encrypt to find the shortest path to the destination to determine data link layer address of the destination interface. Well, it's not the shortest path. There's non-encrypt packets. It's not increase. Yeah, so it's going to be the first one, yeah. A network administrator notices that several devices on their network are unable to communicate with a server located in a different subnet. The administrator decides to investigate the issue by checking the routing table on one of the affected devices. Which command should the network admin use to view the routing table? Route? Probably route, I think. Route print? I think it's just route. Show IP route? Show route. It could be show also. I don't know. Oh shoot, we got something going on here. Okay, consider the example below of 3 routers connected in a series. Which static routes is router A configured with? Okay, so router A, static, is gonna... It just says, you just gotta read the thing. It's 10.0.3 and then 10.0.4 are static. Okay, that was kind of easy. What is the default VLAN ID on a switch? It's gonna be 1. Next. What protocol number is EIGRP tagged with in the protocol field of the IP header? Oh, bro, I don't remember. I think it's 89. Or is it 6? 89. I don't know why. That's just a random guess. I have no idea. Which feature is most likely to be supported by routers designed for medium to large networks? Limited to 4 Ethernet ports? No. No support for VPNs? No. Basic firewall capabilities only? No. Plug-in cards for WAN interfaces? Yeah, that one. Next. Which of the following routing protocols uses a metric composed of administrator-weighted bandwidth and delay elements? Administrator-weighted bandwidth and delay elements. Bro, BGP, EII, GRP, OSPF, RIP. Bro, I don't know what that even is. Metric composed of administrator-weighted bandwidth and delay elements. OSPF or EII? I gotta review those. It's been a few days. EIGRP? I don't know, sure. How can traceroute be configured to use ICMP echo request probes instead of UDP? Oh shoot. To use ICMP echo requests instead of UDP? Traceroute-P ICMP? Shoot. Or -I? Either it's -I for ICMP or -E for echo request? Or -P ICMP? Probably -I. That's what I'm gonna guess. Rapidly growing tech startup is preparing to move its operations to a larger office space to accommodate its expanding team. The new office will have a significantly larger number of employees connecting to a network, including a mix of in-office and remote. Okay, so the IT team is tasked with ensuring the network infrastructure supports seamless connectivity, robust security for sensitive data, and efficient management of internet traffic. Considering these requirements, what aspect of an edge router should the IT team focus on when selecting a device for their new office? Maximum throughput for internal LAN traffic, ability to support a high number of simultaneous VPN connections, energy efficiency and low power consumption, integrated support for legacy communication protocols. Mix of in-office and remote networks, so probably high number of VPN connections. Maximum throughput for internal LAN traffic, could be that too. Energy efficiency and low power consumption. That doesn't seem like that's what they care about. They want seamless connectivity. Maximum throughput for internal LAN, but they need extra. So I'm gonna guess the VPN thing maybe. What does split horizon mechanism prevent in routing protocols? Propagation of routing loops through increased hop counts, router advertising a route back to the router from which it was learned, the use of a default gateway, configuration of static routes. Router advertising its route back to the route. I think I got 100%, and I think this was the question I've seen before. Router advertising its route back where it was learned. During a network expansion, administrator decides to implement new VLAN 30 for guest users. The VLAN is configured and guests report that they can obtain an IP address but cannot access the internet. The admin confirms the HCP servers providing IP addresses in the correct range for VLAN 30. What is most likely caused the internet access issue? Switch ports are not correctly assigned to VLAN 30. Routers ACLs blocking traffic from VLAN 30. DHCP server is not providing a default gateway address. Router is not configured with sub interface. I think the default gateway address makes sense. If they can't access the internet, it's going to be default gateway. How can a node be assigned to a VLAN? By configuring the port interface on the switch with a VLAN ID, by configuring the end system, by configuring the router interface, by configuring the firewall interface. It's going to be the port interface. Which layer in a 3-tiered network hierarchy is responsible for providing fault-tolerant interconnections between different access blocks? That's going to be the core layer. Wait. No, the distribution layer. Because access, distribution, then core? Core sounds like middle, but core is actually the top. Fault-tolerant interconnections? I think that's the distribution. What must be configured if DHCP services are located in a different VLAN from the client devices? DHCP relay. Last one. Let's go, baby. An expanding e-commerce business is experiencing rapid growth in online transaction. With this growth comes increased risk of cyber threats, including sophisticated attacks that exploit vulns in active connections. Business's current firewall setup is proving inadequate for the complexity and volume of transactions. Security team is tasked with upgrading firewall. Needs a solution that can intelligently manage and monitor state of each connection, providing a balance between security and performance. State. This can be a stateful packet. Stateful inspection firewall. Okay, next. Score. Come on, I think I passed, bro. I think I did good. 83%, barely, baby. All right, I'll review this when I come back. Oops. I mean, no connection.
Done, right? And so I had all of these things.
That different religions believe in that have absolutely no reference in the Bible.
Okay, so I will tell you what I think, Sean. You may not like it. Okay? There are things that are not in the Bible that we should pay attention to. Okay? And I'm going to talk about that. So remember when we talked about how purgatory was codified in the 1200s? The Bible wasn't even codified until the 4th century. So this is going to be 300 years. To be more conservative, this is going to be 200 years after Jesus dies. So the early Christians, they did not have a Bible. Okay, they didn't have what you and I have, what I was so interested in when I was 11. And when you start to do biblical scholarship, like really get into, and I want to preface this too, in religious studies, we don't have an agenda. So we're not advocating a religion for any religion. We study it. And this was as clean as I could get when I decided to do this, because I was like, I just want to know. Like, I'm interested in this guy, Jesus, and I want to know what life was like for him and his followers. And so that entailed doing biblical scholarship. And in where I went to school, which is this place called the Graduate Theological Union, which is the divinity school of UC Berkeley, there are every kind of Christian denomination is there almost. So you've got, Episcopal, you got Catholics, you got every kind of Catholic, Dominican, Franciscans, and you also have people affiliated with UC Berkeley. So you take classes there if you go there too. And so in this environment where priests are taking courses and people who are going to be ministers in the Anglican Church, and, they're all taking courses, Presbyterians, and they're all taking what's called New Testament. And in New Testament, you learn how the Bible was put together. And I remember taking this class, and there were lots of people in it, like 35 people. Every single one of those people was going to be some type of theologian minister. I think I was the only one who was going to be an academic. Every single one of those people went through trauma taking that, because once, because you're brought up to believe a certain story about Christianity. And when that story gets deconstructed in such a way where the teachers using the language of the Bible, which was Greek. You know, the New Testament was Greek, written in Greek, and basically showing you how it was put together, what we have and what we don't have, what other books were out there being used by Christians. This destroyed a lot of people's faith. And I know people whose faith was destroyed. Some of them went on to be scholars of religion because they had that much training. They were like, well, I got to put this degree to use, even though I'm no longer a believer. I met priests whose faith was destroyed, you know, priests in formation. My faith was strengthened. My faith was strengthened because God is a God of truth. And I was like, I am not afraid to know what is the truth. It's not going to make people happy, but I will learn it. And if it's wrong, I'll learn that it's wrong. So when I learned these things, I wanted to know more. So I actually extended my education beyond my PhD. So when I got my PhD, I wanted to study with John Dominic Crossan, who was at that time the foremost scholar on Jesus in the world. And he was teaching at Berkeley. And so I asked the chair of my department if I could take courses with him. And he was like, yes, absolutely. So I got to take courses with him and learn more. And again, it just made me stronger in my faith, stronger Christian, a better teacher, you know, for students. And I have had students who've come through and they've been what are called biblical literalists. So a biblical literalist is a person who takes the Bible literally. Like, you know, it's hard to take it literally because there are discrepancies in it, which is what I knew when I was 11. I was like, this doesn't seem that God would create something that had discrepancies in it. This must be translated wrong or something like that. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. So I've had students who went on to be ministers of very conservative Christian faith, but we're still great friends. And we would have like the conversation about Jesus, you know, with the demon and Legion. You know that story where Jesus comes to a town and there's a demon-possessed man, and the demon speaks to Jesus and says, "Get away, you know, my judgment isn't here yet." And Jesus gets the demon and makes it go into these pigs, right? And thus saving this man of being possessed. And so I would read this in a certain way, and my student would read it absolutely literally. And we would have a disagreement about it. And then we were still good friends. And he would go on, and I would say, that's fine, as long as you know that I'm teaching it this way. And, you know, if you know that, I'm okay with you having your opinion about it, as long as you know that this is how scholars view it at this point. So we would disagree, but he would go on to be a minister. Now, what's funny is that I've come to his perception of that after 10 years and going through the UFO thing. I'm like, I think he's right. And wow. If he's watching this, I believe you now.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that aren't in the Bible that we should be paying attention to? Are you talking about like maybe that, is it the Book of Enoch?
So there are things that haven't been written down, okay, mm-hmm. But we know about them through material culture. So we know a lot about Christianity by what they decided to put, like, okay, see these beautiful paintings that you have in here? Well, I know a lot about you by looking at those paintings, right? I know that your friend painted them. I honestly thought that they were photos. Like, that's some artistic talent right there.
Yeah.
But what that means is that what is most important to us, we tend to make images of. And so the early Christians, not all of them could read or write. So they had material culture, and you see these in like the catacombs. And so this is where they buried their dead, and they hid out because they were being persecuted by Rome. And so they had a lot of these things that are basically called frescoes. And if you look at their frescoes, you could see what was important to them and also how they worshipped. So you see that they were diverse. So women worshipped with men, okay? So there wasn't like this strict, kind of gender separation. That didn't appear. There are some written things that we should pay attention to, and some of those things we found only in the 20th century because we still do archaeology. So we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, which tell us a lot about the early Jewish community that became Christian, Jesus is Jewish, so he's in a Christian, he's not Christian, he's Jewish. So his community, then we have to understand it in its context in terms of what he said and, you know, the message that he brings down. He also talks a lot about the Holy Spirit. What did he mean by that? He meant the presence of God. And I think that is super important. And that's something, by the way, that I believe still is alive. And you could feel the presence of Jesus in certain communities that profess their, you know, devotion to him and profess to do his, you know, what he asked us to do, love one another, you know, those kinds of things. So that's not in the Bible, right? Although it can be, we could use the Bible to help us, you know, create this community of believers. He also instituted a community of people to carry on what he was doing. That community had some books that we've just found out about in the 1940s. And one of the, so, you know, let's understand too, in the first century, the early Christian church was almost decimated by Rome. Okay, so, you know, it's a church that had been, you know, bad things were happening to Christians and to Jewish people. Their temple was destroyed by Rome in 70. So that group dispersed and tried to survive. So that's how they started to write things down, because they couldn't keep an oral tradition alive.
Mhm.
So they started to keep it going, like, you know, this. So they wrote things, and some of those things we just found. They utilized, and this is really important too, they utilized the Plato's Republic. So the early Christians used Plato's Republic too, which is a really amazing book. And if you haven't read it, you should, well, it's a hard book to read. It's very much like the Bible because it's ancient. But it tells a very important truth. And so it seems like Socrates and Plato were also onto this one God, right, of justice and truth. And that was somehow separate from their government. Their government was not just and truthful. And so they wrote a book about it called Plato's Republic. When I say they, Plato wrote it, but Socrates didn't write anything. So Plato wrote it. But that was being used by the early Christians. You know, so what was important for them is important for me to know. So I want to know. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to think. I am not the minister of a church. I'm not trying to advocate. But the way I do my, you know, and listen, I'm Catholic, but that doesn't mean that, you know, the Catholic Church, I'm not a representative of the Catholic Church. And I know a lot of people who are Catholic. And I look at to see what people do, right? Mm-hmm. What do they do? And if I think what they're doing seems really good and righteous to me, I like that. And I listen to them.
Okay. I had asked a lot of people about Ezekiel.
Yes.
And it sounds like you have an explanation I'm looking for.
Yes.
Can you go into that?
I can.
Please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you're talking about Ezekiel's wheel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Ezekiel's wheel is today. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I know about it from a Christian perspective. So it's in the book of Ezekiel. Ezekiel's a prophet. Okay, so the Bible, this is the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible. It is written in Hebrew. And this is the beginning of the Israelite community, okay? So there's Genesis, that describes the story of God kind of having a covenant with these men, all right, to create his people, okay? And that's the book of Genesis. And there's some angel accounts in that too, I think, that are really interesting and we could talk about. So we get to the history of the Jewish people and you get to the prophets. So you know about Egypt. So they're in Egypt and they have to leave and Moses gets them out of Egypt. And so terrible things happen to them in Egypt and so they need to leave. So they do. And then you get to a certain part of the Bible. It's like a history of the Old Testament is like a history, okay, of God's people. And so then they get to the prophets, okay? So the prophets, Ezekiel is one of the prophets. And again, there's a government, there's Babylon, who's basically trying to control the Jewish people, and it's not good for them. So Ezekiel offers hope and as a prophet of God. And what happens to him is that he has this, what some would call a vision, but it could very well, because this is what happens when people have encounters today, say with UAP or what they consider to be angels or something like that. They can't tell if, and you see this also with Paul in the New Testament, when he sees Jesus, he says, I don't know if it was like a dream or if it was real. I cannot tell. So it's a very confusing thing that happens to Ezekiel, but it's called Ezekiel's vision, okay? But I'm sure he thought it was real, and it seems real, okay? So he has a waking dream, maybe, or a vision that appears real. And it's of these beings that look odd. They have wings, and they also have wheels associated with them, okay? And this is in chapter 1, so it's at the very beginning. And he has this, and what it does is it gives him the realization that God's people will continue even though they're being pretty much decimated by the Babylonians. Okay, so the Babylonians are putting them in exile, and they're kind of breaking them up. And he has this vision of these beings who impart this knowledge to him. Now, that is part of a mystical tradition within Judaism that I've talked, you know, when you're in my field, you get to have friends who have PhDs in areas that you don't. So that's basically one of the best things about what I do, in my opinion. I like it. I get to go talk to friends who are expert at New Testament and say, is this tradition in the New Testament? And yes, apparently it is. Now, these people won't say this publicly, so I'm going to say it. But it's called this, Sean. Ezekiel saw what's most likely a seraphim.
What?
A seraphim.
A seraphim.
Yeah, it's a seraph. So seraphim is like the plural of seraph. It's an angel. It's a type of angel. And you've seen it before, this. It's like the eye with the wings around it, okay? And sometimes it's shown with wheels. And so Ezekiel interpreted this, and other Jewish people interpreted this to be the throne of God, right? The very throne of God. Like these were the beings at the throne of God. And this tradition is called the Merkabah tradition. And Merkabah is literally chariot. So it's a tradition of sightings of these beings that are God's angels. And by the way, so this happens to Ezekiel, and so it then begins this new era for Jews who at this time are in exile, hope that things are going to get better. Okay, so hope that things are going to get better. Before that, there was an interesting angel encounter that Jacob had. So Jacob is one of the people who is the son of one of the patriarchs of the covenant in Genesis, and he has this encounter. He's going to meet his brother, and it's probably not going to be a good meeting because they have a rivalry. The night before, he has an encounter with there's different interpretations of it, but it looks like it's an angel. It comes down, sometimes people interpret it like God or a messenger of God. It is an angel, and it fights with him. It literally fights with him all night. So he has this battle with this angel all night long. It dislocates his hip, but he refuses to give up. He wants a blessing from this thing. And in the end, he gets it. He gets this blessing. And he changes his name from Jacob to Israel. And again, what it does is it foretells a new era for God's people, So me, looking at these kinds of events, they're very epic. These kinds of things that happen when people have these sightings of these, messengers of God.
Some of this sounds like what some people would call a psychedelic download. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Okay, so I know a lot about that, actually. And even within in religious studies, we have a whole group of people who do look into, entheogens, which are psychedelics and religions and religiosity type of things that come out of that. So, indigenous people from the United States, like America, there's the Church of Native Americans, the Native American Church. They use peyote, right? And so they utilize plant medicine in order to, in a very structured religious way. And they have experiences like this. So most likely there's a link there. There perhaps what Ezekiel sees is something that maybe, I'm not trying to, I'm very happy to say that, in this environment, like a controlled kind of respectful way of doing, psychedelics, this is legitimate what they're doing. If one's doing it recreationally, I've seen some pretty terrible things to happen with people who aren't respecting that. You can open something up. You can open up. Let's just say it's a dimension, because we don't know what it is, but it appears to be another realm that people can access either through psychedelics or through a religious protocol. It seems like it happens.
Have you done psychedelics?
Yes, when I was younger, I did. Yes, and again, I felt like it was something that was okay for me to do because, well, I'll tell you, I did it innocently. So I was a 16-year-old, and my friend had some. Her parents were Grateful Dead people, so they, I know. So they had
the good stuff, huh?
Well, they had mushrooms, and my friend got some. And I already knew at this point, I don't know how, but I already knew that it needed to be done in reverence. It needed to be done. So we actually prayed to God before we did it. And we said, if this is wrong, God, please let us know, but we're going to do this. And it was a really beautiful experience that was, honestly, it was good. But I don't do it now. And
why not?
Well, because I think that I was lucky and innocent when I did it, Sean. I know that it.
Hello? Yes? Yeah, I figured. No, I don't know if it's worth it at this point. I mean, it would be good, but they have that on sale every other week almost. Yeah, but I'd have to get the car and go all the way there. No, I don't think we should worry about it.
It's helpful for people. I've known people to be, specifically psilocybin has helped people I know recover from things like, say they were on the front and, in various tours of duty, and they've been helped by treatment. So I guess my position is, and I don't guess this is my position, is that when done with the correct intention, I think it's good and all right. Without that intention, it's dangerous. And for this reason, that it perhaps will open something up. And it could be that you do meet something like another being of some sort, that we've been talking about. And that being could be good or it could be bad. Both exist, in my opinion.
So
So,
do you think these realms? I've done psychedelic works, psychedelic treat therapies, and it stemmed from um, mental ill injuries from service. But where I'm not. I don't want to get into all the good whatever. That's a whole nother conversation. What I'm interested in talking to you about is the realm that you
yeah,
go to.
yeah, the realm is really
Is
real.
the realm, is it a, do you believe it's a real realm, or is it developed in your imagination?
Right. So, I,
Or is it both?
yeah, okay, so I believe it's a real realm.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. What are some of your anticipated focus more therapy and in self and more switch with BetterHelp? Are you looking for a voice that truly represents your values? Meet AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, founded in 2007. AMAC was created to champion the needs of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. Today, AMAC is over 2 million members strong and growing. The mission is simple but powerful: to protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans, advocate for common sense policies, and offer incredible member benefits, including the award-winning AMAC magazine. To exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and everyday services, to a strong voice in Washington, AMAC is here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Joining AMAC isn't just about benefits, it's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. And right now, regardless of your age, they're offering an incredible deal. Enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Visit amac.us/SRS today to take advantage of this special offer. That's amac.us/SRS. Join AMAC and be part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future.
And I don't think the reason I believe that is because if you do what's called field research and talk to people either who access this realm without psychedelics and then those who access it with psychedelics, a lot of times they're talking about similar types of things that happen in those realms, like certain experiences, certain things that they meet, like entities and things like that. And so that would indicate to me that that is a real realm. How we access it, I don't know. I do know, though, that I know we're not talking UAP right now, but when I met people who were in the government who were studying UAP, who are studying UAP, they're very interested in this realm. They're interested in this as consciousness is an access point.
What do you mean by that?
So our consciousness can access, and things can access us through, I would call, through something that we have in our consciousness. I think that we're at the very beginning of understanding it, and I think we should be really careful.
Why do you think we should be careful?
Okay.
Do you have specific examples?
Well, yes. Okay. So this gets really scary, though, because it could be that there are, I've met people who have been doing ayahuasca, right?
Mhm.
And they do it fairly consistently, I guess, right? And they've told me that they've been what they call, and I'm not putting words in their mouth, they've been possessed. Okay. And what they described to me is something that I've heard within the Christian tradition of being possessed, or even in it happens in most religious traditions, by the way. It doesn't just happen in the Christian tradition. Possession by something that it is bad and is harmful. And so it could be that something like that could happen if one's not prepared to deal with the realm. There is a reason in the Jewish tradition that people, and by the way, you also get this in the Greek tradition. So when I say I'm looking at this from a meta perspective, not just from each tradition. So I feel blessed actually to be able to have studied this from multiple different religious traditions and secular traditions and philosophical traditions. And so when a person goes through life preparing themselves to access these, what we'll just call in this conversation, these other dimensions, right? This realm, they've been prepared. Like they've been prepared. They have a group of people to help them. Like in the Merkaba tradition, you don't do it until you're in their 40s. You know, you have to actually have gone through maturation. You have to prepare your brain. In the Greek tradition, the Socratic tradition, you prepared your brain by doing math. You were an athlete. A lot of them were, they were kind of like MMA fighters, right? They were wrestlers and stuff. So they trained their bodies. So, you know, most people are not like that. Most people are not, they're just going through life and they're doing their job. And then they want to do this thing, you know, they want to go down and do ayahuasca. And maybe 5 times it works well for them, but on their 6th time, it's the worst thing that has ever happened to them in their life. And it has PTSD repercussions for them. You know, that's what I'm saying. That type of thing. I know people that have had that happen to them. So that's why I'm on the conservative side of that.
Yeah. When you're talking about other people that are reaching the same dimension or realm or whatever we want to call it, that are getting there without psychedelics,
Yes.
how are they? Is this through meditation? How is this?
Okay, so in almost every major religious tradition, you have a tradition of this, and they're usually called monastic communities of monks and nuns, or like they're called in Hinduism sannyasins, you know, renunciates. And even you have this in, like I talked about Socrates and Plato in the Greek philosophical tradition. You have a group of people who go off, live together, and help each other. In Buddhism, it's called the Sangha, right? It's a community of people helping each other become ready to access realms that provide knowledge, wisdom, truth, things like that. And these realms, I'm what's called a moral realist. That's a philosophical position that believes that things like truth and justice, these are real things. And if humans died, they would still exist. Truth and justice would still exist. I believe that. And that only comes from living my life for as long as I've lived and going through the training that I've gone through. There are lots of people that aren't moral realists. Most people are not, I would say. But once a person has a taste that this realm exists and that truth and beauty exists and that you feel it and it's something amazing, right? Like I feel like Jimi Hendrix knew about this, you know, through his experiences with psychedelics. You know, are you experienced? He was experienced. And he says, not just stoned, but beautiful. Well, I understood that, you know, and I understood that not from he was dead, by the way, when I was exposed to his work. But yeah, so once a person recognizes that that stuff is worthwhile, then one wants to go through those training, get through that protocol, do those, you know, go through those communities.
Do you think?
And by the way, this is also what helps people deal if there is something that one encounters that's not truth and beauty. And there are those things, obviously.
I mean, I think we have a lot to learn in those realms.
I do.
In those dimensions.
Yeah, I do too.
And I've never actually had this conversation with anybody before, but you know, I think a lot of people go back because there's so much positivity coming out of psychedelics. I mean, that's why I went back. But, you know, but I have so many thoughts going through my head. You know, the dimension or realm that it takes me to always scares the hell out of me. It's not necessarily a bad experience. I have a lot of anticipation type anxiety if I'm going to do it because I know I'm going there. Majority of the experience has been overwhelmingly positive. I always learn a lot. It's always a very intuitive type experience. And, you know, it's funny you mentioned, you know, truth and justice and things like that, because you might feel justice about certain events that have happened in your life that you didn't feel that you got justice from. You might get that coming out of those type of experiences. And then, you know, with the truth, I mean, I've had so many intuitive experiences about my family, my own life, my business, it's just it's almost like a download of information or hey, I need a new roadmap to my life. Let me strap in here real quick and figure this out. And there's just so many positive things coming out of it, but I almost feel like some of the things that you're talking about live in that realm. And so should we be exploring that realm somehow, some way more effectively than the way we are?
Emphatically, yes. So, in my opinion, I just spoke to a young man here on your team who told me, he's 25, he told me about his experience with school, which was horrible, horrible experience. When I know, right? We don't teach kids this. Our culture is completely evacuated of the reality of this, that it's real. And there might be means of accessing, you know, these amazing things. Yeah, so if you took, even when we do teach it, we teach it as if, like I did, sadly, for a while, you know, teaching it like it wasn't actually real, you know, when we taught like Plato's Republic and, you know, the kinds of things that he would talk about in his dialogues, you know, but they're real. And what if and I teach them now, like this, they really believe these guys, you know, like, wow, do they exist? And I go, I believe they exist, but I'm not saying that you should believe they exist. I personally do. And so that makes an impact on a young person. So what I'm saying is that they crave this, like, don't you? Like you say, you keep going back, you know, this is something that we need as human beings. It's something that we've been deprived of.
It's really weird. I crave it. I don't know if craving is the right word, but I don't know any other way to put it. I feel like psychedelics make you smarter. I really honestly believe that psychedelics make you smarter at accessing memories, smarter at navigating your life. It just clears all the shit up and gives you clear direction and where to go, and new perspectives on past events and in current events and in relationships and so, you know, but at the same time, I have a lot of respect for the medicine itself. And so you're not going to see me at a party eating a bag of mushrooms.
I was just going to ask you that. I was going to say, okay, it sounds like Sean is doing this in the kind of environment where there's reverence and respect. Yeah.
If I do it, calendar's blocked off. It's no kids. Like it's a very, I take it very seriously. I don't mess around. I don't just do it on a whim. I put a lot of thought into why I'm doing it, what I'm going to do it, how I'm going to do it, preparation for afterwards. You know, I'm not just going to come back to work the next day. So, I mean, if I'm going to do it, then I'm going to set it up to where I'm going to get the most out of the experience. But yeah, it's just interesting to talk to somebody like you about that. So I wanted to ask you about you've studied the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No, those are in Hebrew, and the type of Hebrew I'm not. In fact, even probably, oh gosh, they're not the language that I would be able to crack the code of them. But I do know about that community, and I have friends who study them. So that's how I have knowledge of them. So within the field of religious studies, there's so many things. You can't know everything. And knowing that type, even if you know the language, you have to know that specific, language from that time period.
Okay. Well, let's move into how did the interest in the UFO stuff even happen?
Yeah. So I'm the last person, by the way, who would be talking about UFOs if you talked to me, 14 years ago. And nobody would say that I would be talking about UFOs. Anybody you talk to who knows me would, Diana's talking about UFOs. So this happened because of the Purgatory book. So I had created that log of aerial phenomena, historical aerial phenomena. And I thought it was weird. And so I showed my friend, and we went to this conference where I met people who had these experiences, and they were telling me things that looked like a pattern match to what I was studying. So I thought, I'll go ahead and look at this a little bit further, but I didn't tell anybody. I was just kind of like doing an analysis. And then I thought, this is interesting. It's basically a modern day ascent narrative, the ascent of the soul, right? So if you see images of like people being abducted or cows being abducted, you'll see the cow rising into, ascending into the spaceships, the people, the farmer being ascended. We see the same thing with images of purgatory. You see like back, maybe not cows, of course, but, European Catholics will be ascending into like, their souls ascending, but it shows them ascending. So I thought this is like a modern day ascent narrative. I could use my methods for studying this, no problem. It won't discredit me to study this, right? So I started to do this study, and it was really interesting. And then what happened was I started to get emails and phone calls from aerospace engineers, people from known aerospace corporations and institutions. And they wanted to talk to me about my research that I was doing. I was like, what? Wait, I think you got the wrong person. Talk to aerospace emails and phone calls. Me to study this, for studying this, no problem. This is a modern day ascent. Like back, maybe farmer being ascended into being a bent of the soul. This is interesting. It's telling anybody. I was just kind of, so I thought, telling me things that were UFOs. So this happened because of the, Diana's talking about UFO. If you talk to, by the way, who
Stuff even happened.
yeah. So I'm the last person, by the way, who would be talking about UFOs if you talked to me, 14 years ago. And nobody would say that I would be talking about UFOs. Anybody you talk to who knows me would, Diana's talking about UFOs. So this happened because of the Purgatory book. So I had created that log of aerial phenomena, historical aerial phenomena. And I thought it was weird. And so I showed my friend, and we went to this conference where I met people who had these experiences and so historical aerial phenomena for a book. So so this happened because of the Purgatory book. So I had created that log of aerial phenomena, historical aerial phenomena. And I thought it was weird. And so I showed my friend, and we went to this conference where I met people who had these experiences, and they were telling me things that looked like a pattern match to what I was studying. So I thought, I'll go ahead and look at this a little bit further, but I didn't tell anybody. I was just kind of like doing an analysis. And then I thought, this is interesting. It's basically a modern day ascent narrative, the ascent of the soul, right? So if you see images of like people being abducted or cows being abducted, you'll see the cow rising into, ascending into the spaceships, the people, the farmer being ascended. We see the same thing with images of purgatory. You see like back, maybe not cows, of course, but, European Catholics will be ascending into like, their souls ascending, but it shows them ascending. So I thought this is like a modern day ascent narrative. I could use my methods for studying this, no problem. It won't discredit me to study this, right? So I started to do this study, and it was really interesting. And then what happened was I started to get emails and phone calls from aerospace engineers, people from known aerospace corporations and institutions. And they wanted to talk to me about my research that I was doing. I was like, what? Wait, I think you got the wrong person. No. So, and this kept happening. And I decided, okay, they wanted to meet with me. A couple of them wanted to meet with me. So I thought, okay, I'll meet with them, because why do they want to know about this angel event that happened in the 1800s?
How did they get wind of you? Were you writing papers?
I started to do conferences with the people that I know who are other professors of religion. And for us, it was like, oh, yeah, modern day ascent narrative, easy to understand. But they would then somehow were scouring like the internet of any academic who is doing the word UFO or anything like that. And that's how they found me. And once I was found, a lot of them reached out to me. And at first I was a little bit put off because I thought, this is kind of odd. It kind of freaked me out, to tell you the truth. But I did start to talk to them. And one of them, I actually put him off for like a year and a half. I mean, I know it sounds weird, but I had 5 young kids and I was busy, right? So I didn't make this connection. I thought it was weird. But when I started to talk to them, I recognized that they weren't looking at it like I was looking at it. They were looking at it like it actually happened. Whereas I was looking at it more like a metaphor. Like, this is their interpretation of something they saw in the sky. They wanted to know what they saw in the sky. They also wanted to know what kinds of things happened to these people. Like, were they injured? And a lot of times they were. And so that started to get me to like re-look at what I was doing. And I started to look at it from their perspective. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think that these things are probably real. And that was shocking. So I was shocked for a whole year. What I did was, thankfully I had a friend, Jeff Kripal at Rice University, and I shared all my stuff with him. And he was shocked too, by the way.
What was it? What was the turning point for you that made you think that this isn't metaphorical anymore?
Okay, so the turning point was when I met a person who I have to call Tyler, because he's anonymous. One of these people that, when I look back now, I recognize worked for one of these SAPs, most likely. I can't prove it, but it looks like it. So he worked for...
Can you describe SAP for the audience,
So this
please?
it's called a special access program in the military, and he worked for an unacknowledged SAP. And he described his work as a hobby. This was in 2013. He described his work as a hobby. He had lots of clearances from different agencies, Department of Defense and like NASA, like a lot. And he worked as a mission controller, and he also worked as this, he was like a space shuttle. He worked in the space shuttle program for its duration until it ended. He was always at a launch of the space shuttle. He also did scientific stuff. So he was this character that I didn't quite understand when I first met him. And he really wanted to know the data. So he wanted to know, he really was interested in any work that I would do at the Vatican. And he was also interested in any work that I did that had to do with consciousness, because he said that in his field, he said, consciousness is the next step. That's where we are studying. And that's why we're interested in your work. And so, again, I was really slow to work with him because I was concerned. I was like, concerned about what it would mean for my life. It might change my life, and it did. It did change my life. So that's what changed, is that I started to look at the Catholic tradition again from a new lens. So I had looked at like Teresa of Avila, this nun who lived in the 1500s, and she had an experience with one of these seraphs, or an angel, right? But she didn't call it an angel at first. So I went back and I looked at these experiences that these people had, that we now, when we look at them, we see the nice prayer cards, and it looks really like a sweet kind of encounter that they had. But really, the encounter, when you read the primary source material that you see in the archives, it looks really different than how it's represented. And that was shocking to me, because...
Which archives?
Okay, so there are 2 main archives that hold... There's lots of different archives, but the ones that hold lots of information about this, first is the Vatican Archive, and the Vatican, that used to be called the Vatican Secret Archive. but it's called the Apostolic Archive, and it's the Pope's archive. And you can't just go to that. You have to actually have certain credentials to get into it. And so I have those credentials. So I was able to go there, and I was able to look at the primary source material for some of the saints in the Catholic and Christian tradition that looked like had angel events or levitated and had anomalous activity. And I was able to look at that and assess the primary source data on my own, which is really
Wow.
fascinating. Yeah. So I did that work, and
Can you name one of the saints, or maybe a couple? of them?
all of the saints. So once you start to look at the saints, you see that what is said about what was said in there are what are called primary source material. This would be some of the first material that comes out about that experience that saint had. Teresa of Avila wrote her own experience. That's what makes it so important, is that she wrote about it. It was later what's called redacted. It was changed by the church. She said she saw this angel and it wasn't a vision, it was in reality. And she said that it was short and it was shiny, and she was confused because it didn't look like an angel. And she goes, well, it must be a cherub, right? So she had confusion about it. And it had a dart. And she said this dart it took and it basically put it in me, right? So this looks like modern day UFO abduction reports. And so once you start to see those connections, you cannot unsee them. And you're like, okay, got it. This is different than how it's represented in the prayer card, right? Where it's beautiful. And I hope that I'm not offending the Catholics that are looking at this, and because it's their childhood. They were brought up with these images.
How do you know it was redacted?
Oh, because we have the redactions.
So do you have the original transcripts as well?
Yeah, I have those.
Why would they redact it?
It didn't conform to their theology.
So
it happens all the time.
are you
It even
saying
happens
that
today.
I mean, I know it happens in government all the time.
Oh yeah, it's
so-
standard. Yeah.
Are you saying that the Catholic Church just took a first-hand account and said, "Nah, this doesn't align with what we think, so we're
Yes.
just going to change it,"
Yes.
and then left the original transcripts in?
Yeah. Well, yes, because people didn't read as much as they read now, and they weren't betting on us. Going
Yeah.
back and looking at it, and it doesn't matter to them now. They're okay with it.
Okay.
Literally, they're okay with it. They're like, yeah, we did that.
Okay.
Because that, they didn't do it today. They weren't the ones that did it, but the Catholics, after Teresa had her experience and told the priests that were her quote unquote confessors, those were like kind of like a therapist, they were priests.
I mean,
And-
it's just interesting because then it's. I mean, what else did the Catholics just change?
I think it happens in every religion, to tell you the truth.
I'm sure it does.
So, we
it's
can
just-
get angry at the Catholics, but in every religion, a person has an event that's a legitimate event that is profound for them.
Mhm.
And then they tell that event and it changes people's lives.
Mhm.
And then that religion is like, that didn't happen, kind
Yeah,
of thing.
yeah.
They redact it. It's happening now with the UFO topic.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in all subjects. And it's just
But
weird
sad.
that they're
Yeah,
okay
it's
with it,
sad. Oh, yeah, they're okay with it.
Yeah, we changed. But I'm sorry about that little.
No, I know. It's
rabbit hole there.
shocking. Yes, it's shocking what you like. This is why people had their faith challenged in that class I told you about.
Yeah.
Their faith, boom, gone.
Yeah. All right, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're not. All of that is good information because your viewers are going to have the same questions. They're going to want to know too, right?
Mhm.
So that happened. So I decided to go back through the Catholic tradition and look at as many as I could. And lo and behold, it's like almost every one of them looked like that. And that's when I started to become
Like a little cherub.
Yeah, well, they looked different. They didn't look like what the angels we accept are. And a lot of times they were disturbing, like Joan of Arc's experiences, super disturbing. But
How were they?
okay, so she saw Joan of Arc. We all know who she is, right? Okay, so she's a warrior, a girl warrior, who was told by God to fight for the French, right? against the English. Okay. And who told her this? So I'm like, who told Joan of Arc this? God, but did God come down and say this? No. It was first she didn't recognize what it was, just like in Teresa of Avila. And remind me to tell you about that. This lack of recognition, this confusion. So it's a being of light, and it appears in her father's garden, and it appears to her and says, Joan, you're going to be doing this, and she's like, what is this? So she doesn't take it seriously until it shows up again. And then she recognizes that it's St. Michael. And then it acknowledges that it's St. Michael, and that it's going to ask her to be a warrior, and that this is what she's going to do. And so it says, go tell this person. And she goes, and they listen to her because she has knowledge that she shouldn't have. She has like precognitive knowledge of stuff. And of course, when people do that to you and you're not suspecting it, you believe them because you're like, they do have special knowledge, right? And so then, she does all these things. She eventually gets burned at the stake. So that's why I want to say it's disturbing, because, she does take these troops into battle. She is victorious. It does give her military acumen. It does help her. But she also ends up being burned at the stake. So the question is, to me, is like, would I want that for my daughter? No, I wouldn't. So when an angel, do you want an angel to appear to you? Maybe, maybe not. So that's what I'm trying to say is like, it's a lot more complicated when you start to get into it. That doesn't mean that it should kill your faith. I mean, if you're a person of a faith, that faith should withstand looking into it, into it. So yes, that's what I did.
Wow.
That's how I got into the UAP thing, is that these guys were looking at it, but from the perspective that it's real, because they believe that it was happening and they want to know what's going on. They want as much data as they could get. So that's what I was doing then. I was providing them with this data. In the midst of providing them with this data, I started to work with one of the guys. And at the time, this is between 2013 and 2018, special access programs, reverse engineering programs, I didn't have that language. Nobody did that I knew, right? They weren't in Congress. There wasn't talk about this. The New York Times stories didn't break yet. So I was working with a person who was doing this, who wanted to know how to utilize these debris that that were being found, and I went to New Mexico to a crash site, alleged crash site, with Gary Nolan, by the way, and we found debris. And
what kind of debris?
We did. So it was me, Tyler, and Gary. And Tyler had known of this for years, like his whole life, and he was in his 60s then. So for 40 years, he knew about this. It wasn't Roswell, and I have a feeling it wasn't Roswell because it was the real place. So Roswell is probably like the camouflage place. And then, I'm going to be creating a lot of a lot of people are going to be interested in this topic, obviously. But yeah, so this is my experience. So we went to.
What did the debris look like?
Right. So the debris looked like metallic frog skin.
Metallic frogs.
Yeah, it looked like frog skin, but metallic.
Do you have any pictures?
No, we couldn't take pictures of it.
How did you get access to this place?
Okay, so Tyler, having amazing access, he's a guy who could get through an airport, didn't have to go through TSA. He was a guy who the IRS never audited. So he seemed to be above the law. So I describe him in American Cosmic. I was amazed by this person. I was very impacted because I'd never met a person. I didn't even know they existed. But part of what he did was he troubleshooted. I remember during a SpaceX launch that was crashed. And I think this was in 2018 or 17. It was crashed. His phone was going off. And astronauts, all these people were like, how do we fix this? He was like a guy who fixed crashed stuff. So he was, the Challenger crashed. He was on the team to figure out why it crashed. And by the way, Judy Resnick was his friend. So he had
Who's that?
Judy Resnick. She was the astronaut who perished during the Challenger
Oh, okay.
crash.
Okay.
So anyway, so this is the person who I worked closely with. I brought him even to my university. He talked to my students.
So Tyler, just so Tyler is a code name.
Yes.
Obviously some type of government official, right? Or working for.
Most likely, yeah, and I believe still lives.
Are you still tied in with him?
I know about him, but we cannot talk.
Okay.
Because of everything that's happened.
Okay. So what else was at this site?
Okay, so he asked me to go to the site because he said that I didn't believe in UFOs. And he's right, I didn't. And he said, you are a person who thinks that they're somehow imaginary or in another realm. He goes, but they're in this realm, they're physical. And I couldn't really believe that, because why, unless I have evidence for it. And so he said, you should go to a place I know of and you'll be convinced. And he asked me to go, and it took about a year for me to say yes. And when I said yes, I said, I need to bring someone with me. I need to have one of my colleagues come with me because I don't want to go by myself. And he said, maybe. So he said, because apparently it was a place, it was under a no-fly zone. And it was a place that was secret. But he'd been going there, and I think it was a crash retrieval site, frankly. So now what I'm learning about, by the way, I keep going back to my book, American Cosmic, because I wrote a lot in that book, and I wrote it all truthfully. So that means that there's data in there that at the time I did not understand. Now, when I go back and read it, I learned from my own book. I'm like, whoa, that happened. And I have a lot of stuff from him, like a lot of presentations and papers and everything, that notes that I still go back to. And now I understand. Like at the time I didn't, because I didn't believe in them. And I didn't know it was happening. I didn't know that this was going on. I didn't believe in it. So, okay, so he invites me to New Mexico, to this place. He says it's going to be a place where a UFO crashed in the 1940s, but it's not Roswell. And I was like, haha, you know. I was the chair of my department at the time, by the way, and already had won research awards for my work in Catholic history. Nobody knew that I was really doing work in UFOs, only a couple friends. So it's nothing I advertised. So I said, I'll invite Jeff Kripal to go with me, the guy at Rice, colleague, good friend. And he said, Diana, that's just way too out of my comfort zone to do that. I was like, it is kind of weird. We had to wear blindfolds to go. So I said, okay, I'll ask. I had just been introduced to Gary Nolan. He's a professor at Stanford. He's now well known. And I asked him if he'd go with me. And he said, yes, of course I'll go with you. And he had all the laboratory equipment to like figure it out anyway. So I told Tyler, I said, Gary Nolan. And he looked him up. And it took him a couple of days. And he came back and he said, okay. And I was like, cool, we're in. So we're going to go. So it was me and Gary, and Tyler was taking us. So we went to New Mexico. We stayed at a place. And then the next day, we're going to the crash retrieval place. We had special metal detectors that Tyler had configured and brought. And we got in the car and we went. We didn't wear blindfolds yet until we got to a cattle great place, you know. And then Tyler said, put the blindfolds on, you know. So we put the blindfolds on and we went another 40 minutes. And then when we got out and we took the blindfolds off. And I looked around and Tyler said, this is such a funny part. He said, do you recognize this place? And I was like, no, of course I don't. And he goes, this is like one of the episodes on the X-Files. And I was like, oh, okay. He said they had an insider on their team. And I thought that was so, honestly, it was really, you have to understand, I still didn't believe. I was like, I wanted to know why these guys believed, because they both were believers, complete believers. We spent all day there. We did get parts. We did get this stuff. And it was hard to get, by the way. It wasn't easy. So it couldn't have just been planted there. There was rubble everywhere. and it was rubble. I didn't quite understand why it was there. My editor wanted me to take it out, but it was disintegrated aluminum cans, I guess from the 1950s. So Tyler said that they put that out there so people couldn't find the debris. So we took the debris back. Tyler predicted what would happen. He said, "Do you want to take it back through the airport, Diana?" No, I don't want the debris. I don't want anything to do with it. Gary was going to take it. So we get back to the airport, and he said that Gary was going to get stopped. It was in his backpack. And that exactly happened. He said exactly what was going to happen happened. So I get through. Tyler doesn't have to go through TSA. He's already at the end. He's, cool, collected, sitting there watching us. And I come through, and I sit down, and Gary, so Tyler had said to us, "Don't be afraid, Gary. This is what's going to happen. It'll go off. They're going to check your backpack. They're going to look everywhere. It doesn't matter. Somebody in DC or something's going to know. But you have nothing's. You're going to be let pass. He doesn't have anything in the backpack." And Gary's like, "Okay," but Gary was sweating the whole time. It happened exactly like Tyler said. He was sweating when it happened, and I was afraid for him. So I was afraid. Tyler was just cool, calm, and collected, drinking a glass of water. Gary came out. We kind of like got over that, and then we went back to our homes. Gary later looked at it through his microscopes and things that he has, laser microscopes and things like that. And he said it was anomalous.
That's it? Anything else?
I mean, whatever else happened, there's a lot happened, but I can't say what happened after that. And I know everybody's going to hate that, but...
Interesting. Let's take a quick break.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses. That's right, more than 40 free online courses.
What do you make of that? Interesting. Very interesting.
Colleges for free online. Off father, family, and go Rust. Enroll for all admitted sell products for website. Shopify make #1 checkout on the planet, and the not so secrets going abandoned and better be ready to sell wherever your customers are scrolling, or businesses that sell more. Sign up for your $1 per month, all lowercase. Shopify. All right, Diana, we're back from the break. We just kind of went over your work with Tyler and Gary Nolan at the crash site, and I just, how was that kind of briefed to you? I mean,
It
just
weird.
sounds,
Yeah,
like, hey, we're gonna take you to this site where a UFO crashed.
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
I know. That's exactly how I reacted. So it was in the context of when the aerospace engineers reached out to me, and I started to talk with them, and I corresponded with Tyler, and then I met him, and then we shared information about these things, and then he said, "You're not a believer. Like, you're still not a believer." And I'm really open, and I said, "You're right, I'm not a believer." And he said, "Well, I think I could show you something that would make you a believer. You need to have physical proof. You don't think this is physical. You think it's imagination." And I said, "Yes, I don't believe in it." And so that's when he said, "I can take you to this place." And like I said, it took me about a year to say yes, that I'd go to this place, because it was weird, right? So, especially at that time, like today, because people talk about crash retrieval sites and stuff, you go, "Oh, a crash retrievals place. You may not believe in it, but at least you know what it is." I didn't even know what he was talking about. I hadn't read the Day After Roswell by Colonel Corso, right? I didn't know any of that. I did afterwards, of course. I had to do that in order to understand what was going on. But that's how it was briefed to me.
So I read that you went to the Vatican with was it a NASA
It was Tyler.
scientist?
It was Tyler.
Okay. What
So
did
he had affiliations with that too, with NASA also.
What happened?
Okay, so this was a really interesting trip. I
What
had
prompted the trip? Let me start there. What prompted
okay, so the trip had nothing to do with UFOs in the beginning. It was purely about my scholarship, right? So I do Catholic history, and I know people like not
this?
is Tyler.
I read that you went to the Vatican with was it a NASA
It was Tyler.
scientist?
Is Tyler.
Okay. What
So
did
he had
you?
affiliations with that too, with NASA also.
What happened?
Okay, so this was a really interesting trip. I
What
had
prompted the trip? Let me start there. What prompted the?
Okay, so the trip had nothing to do with UFOs in the beginning. It was purely about my scholarship, right? So I do Catholic history and I know people at the Vatican. I was invited to go by Brother Guy Consolmagno. He is the director of the Vatican Observatory, which is the observatory of the Vatican. It's been around since the 1800s. And he's a Jesuit. He went to the school I went to, and he's a monk. And so we were talking, and I was interested in UFO stuff. So I asked him about the Vatican, if they had anything that had to do with space. And he said, yes. We have a whole observatory archive. Everything that has to do with space at the Vatican comes to our archive. And so I was like, I'd like to look at that. And he said, you're welcome to come and stay. We have a scholar's residence. You can stay as long as you want. So I said, okay, I'll do that. So I knew that I could go and stay there. But I hadn't yet decided to go to the archive of the Vatican. But the opportunity arose for me to do that, and it was to examine the levitation for me to the archive of the Vatican. But the opportunity arose for me to do that, and it was to examine the levitation records of what we call the canonization records. Canonization is a process where people become saints, and so there are big records. You just don't say this person's a saint. You have to prove it. So they have these records at the Vatican. And this was for Joseph of Cupertino, who's a saint who's said to have levitated. And I was supposed to go and look at those records. By the way, I have those records in a strange series of events. So those records are now in my possession. Signed an agreement with the Vatican about it, and I didn't intend for that to happen, nor did I even want those records, but I do agreement with the event. So those records are now in strange series of events in a strange look at those records. By the way, I have those records in a strange series of events. So those records are now in my possession. Signed an agreement with the Vatican about it, and I didn't intend for that to happen, nor did I even want those records, but I do have them. And I keep them in a safe place. So, and they're translated too. So I have these records. They were in like 17th century Latin and Italian. So that's something I can't translate. So I had to find a team of translators. So in any case, I'm supposed to go to the Vatican. And so Tyler says, I'd like to go and look at those records too. And I thought, that actually might be really an interesting thing. I'll see what he thinks about these levitation records and also the space observatory stuff, because he's a space guy. He's been in the space program his whole life. So it would be really interesting for me to see his reactions to this data. So I thought it would be good for him to go. But this really had nothing to do with, in my opinion, the UFO thing. But it actually did, but I didn't know it. So we ended up going, and let me describe how he got in, because he shouldn't, by rights, get into the secret archive because he doesn't have those credentials. So we thought about that. Now it takes a while. You can't just go there and say, I want to see these books or these old manuscripts. You actually, because there's like 53 miles of shelving at the Vatican. So they need to know what you need to, they need time in order to find it for you. So like a year in advance, I was in touch with the Vatican and said, I need to find these, do you have these and these, all the records. And so they said, yes, okay. So we had to fly there. He was on a different plane than me. And he got to the Vatican before I did. And we had anticipated that he wouldn't be able to get into the Vatican archive. So we did the best we could. We got like a friend of his who was a department chair and said, he vouched for his character. He's doing research in this area and stuff, but he couldn't get in. So I was on the plane and he was texting me and he was like, I can't get in. They're not letting me in. He said, I think I should show my ID. Now, I didn't really want anybody at the Vatican to know that I was there with someone who's a space researcher, because I didn't want them to know that we were looking for anything that had to do with UFOs, because in the one sense I wasn't, but in the other sense, I just wanted the best impression when I got there. So I didn't want him to do that. And I honestly didn't think it would work. Okay, so I didn't think he'd be able to get in. But after like an hour or two, I'm on the plane, I feel bad for him, and he finally says, can you please just, I'm gonna do this, all right? And I said, okay, just go ahead. So one of his IDs, I don't know which one, he shows to the guy who's the security at the secret archive. And he said he dropped his wallet and he went down to pick it up. And when he looked up, he saw his face on the screen of the guy's computer. And he was in. And as soon as he got in, he met a priest who was an American, and we got access. So that's when when he changed my idea of Catholic history, he also changed my idea of the Vatican. So when we got to the Vatican, I couldn't believe it. I was like, how come this guy has way more access than me? How did he get that access? So it was a mystery to me. But he also pointed out a couple things too. So there's some really, really scary guards in the Vatican itself that don't look like the Swiss guards. Like, they look like militia guys. They have these, like, I'm not well versed in guns, but they look like they have like machine guns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't go anywhere. Like, I was holding on to Father Kelty, who was showing us around, in the Vatican and helping us out. Like, if I was away from him, I was fearful of my life, because these guys were mean. They're like, why are you here? Kind of thing. So Vatican has some incredible security. Also, Tyler pointed some things out to me. So we were at the Vatican Observatory, and in the gardens, they have a beautiful garden there, the Papal Gardens, in fact. And there were these gardeners. And he said, see the gardeners? And yes. And he said, are they gardening? And I looked at them, and no, they were not gardening. And what were they doing? So he was pointing out to me the intelligence at, like Secret Service type people at the Vatican. He could spot them. And when he would show them to me, it was like my eyes, like I didn't see it before. To me, I just, in my mind, registered gardener, and that was it. I didn't even bother looking at them. But no, they weren't gardening. And if they were, they should be fired, because they were bad, right? They weren't gardening.
Mm-hmm.
They were posing as gardeners. So that was all over. I saw that. And so I saw the Vatican in a completely different light when I was there. And we did find interesting information that basically made it into the last chapter of American Cosmic. So that book had been done in my mind before I went to the Vatican. After I was at the Vatican, I wrote to my editor and I said, this has to be the last chapter of the book. And she agreed. So I incorporated a lot of the data. Tyler had a conversion experience. So he was a Southern Baptist, but he was one of those Southern Baptists that, like I was a Catholic, like, in name only, like, we maybe go to church and stuff, but we were not true believers. But after his experiences there, also seeing the documents that he saw, recognizing that the kind of thing that he was looking at, which is UAP stuff, looked to be exactly like angel contact events, he became very religious after that.
Why? I've heard that the Vatican has the largest observatory or the biggest telescope.
Okay, so
is that true?
Yeah, no, it's not the biggest telescope. They have telescopes that are large. They may have
I
just
zoned out for a
purchased
minute.
one. They
I don't
have
know
two
if you're still here,
observatories,
though,
one in
but-
Arizona and one in Castle Gandolfo, which is in Rome, near Rome. Not in Rome, but near Rome.
I don't know if you're still here. Yeah, bro, I'm still locked in, fam.
They
I'm
may
still
have
locked
got,
in.
why?
Yeah, why
Well,
did
I
they
mean,
have-
they had it before we did, right? So they've been scientists before Americans.
I don't know. I gotta figure out how to do this, bro. I gotta pause it because I won't be able to figure out how to. I gotta think deep about this one. How do I combine this stuff? Where does this? Oh, okay, I see. So that's that page, and this is this page. So I named two of the same things. These probably have to be combined. I think, wait, these look like I combined these already. Yeah, here. Yup, and I took this and this. What about this? I took all this. What's the page before this? I feel like I can delete this one. I feel like I can. Like I can do that. Hmm. Just gotta figure out this then. That I don't need. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay, so what about this? And what about, okay, so this one. Yeah, maybe that won't be too hard. Okay, so this is, I'm just gonna delete it. I'm just gonna go ahead. This doesn't need, I'll just replace it with this. Oh, where do you place everyone? Okay, okay, I see this. I didn't turn this into, this should have been something like, did you do something like that? Yeah, you do something like that. Okay. Yeah, this is just, I'm deleting this. So, go to here and change this to firewall. Since I basically assumed like I combined most of it already. What is this link to? change someday, but I don't feel like doing that right now. What is this? Okay, let me delete. F. F you. What is that, bro? Yeah, that's not a thing. Here. Firewall. Goodbye. Now we just have, okay, there we go, that's better. So that works. Bam. Omnivore, what's all that? Okay, anyway, so, that's out of the way. Okay, so we solved that. So now there's just this. Now this, bam. Okay. I'll have to change all those, but okay. So now I've got this here. This I could probably. This is like, yeah. That was kind of messed up. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, okay. So we've got packet filtering firewalls. Oh, I already did this one? Interesting. Okay, so I was here before. Okay. I think I could combine this pretty easily. This can just be, I can still link to ACLs, but also just provide this information on this page though, while still linking to other kinds. So I can probably, yeah, I can kind of just maybe take some of this stuff, put it here. Should I just replace this with this? This can be updated to the new template. Bam. I think I should just delete this and replace it with this. And this can be, this can link then, instead of being that, this will link. This will link to access control lists, but the specific header within it, the specific section will be, what do we have? Network equals, something like that. So that way I can click this, and that'll take me to network equals. MAC address filtering, IP address filtering, port filtering. Oh wow, okay, I see this. Combinations. Wow, it's this whole section here. Those it can be broken up actually into their own pages. But I guess it doesn't have to be yet. If it gets too big and too disorganized, then it can. But yeah, so that works. Configure by specifying rules in a network access control list. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What does this say? Okay, I'll take that. Where should that should be up here maybe? That should be above. Yeah. Let's see. Hmm. Fine, I'll just take the whole thing and put it in here. And then weakness at the bottom. Yeah, that's fine. I can always reorg it later. Refactor, reorg, whatever. But that will suffice for combining this. Sort of. Yeah, I can link. Yeah, I can link this. I suppose. I still haven't figured out what to do with this whole thing. But that makes this done. Now I can do stateful packet inspection firewalls. Or stateful inspection. Okay, same thing. So let's see what I've got here. Okay, here there's some more stuff. And this. Oh, this shows on old links? Wait, really? On all pages? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Okay. First things first. Update the template. Okay. So, okay, so this one's a little bit maybe trickier, but at least it's not as much to combine here, so. Now this one says operates at the transport layer. Whereas this one says, oh, so this might be referring to the TCP 5-layer model. Whereas this one is the more specific OSI model. Okay. I'll just say TCP IP model. Probably, since this is a little bit more mediocre explanation, novice explanation, over a connection, and then a connection is defined by the source and destination IP addresses, the ports being used, and the already existing network traffic. I can just replace that with session. How it works. Stateful firewall uses a state table to keep track of a connection state, the normal sequence of traffic, and allows traffic that is part of a new or already established connection only. This should have been emphasized. Okay. Trying to see which one I want to keep from this. Do I want to keep the way this is worded or not? I don't care. I don't think this line is that important. I think this portion is important. That can go in the how it works, like right under here. This can probably go here. Take this, maybe put it here. Maybe emphasize session instead of connection. This should be like that. Actually, this should be, well, let's do this. Move that up here, indent that, defined by, it should be like this, to be honest. Oops, like this, yeah. These are kind of redundant, but that's fine. That's probably better. And I can delete this now. Bam. Sure, that works. Whatever, just delete this. Okay, now we can turn this back on.
Were scientists.
Okay.
So it's not, once you start to understand it, it's before, they had it before we did, right? So they've had,
Why?
Why?
Yep.
Well, but near Rome. And one in Castle Gandolfo, which have just purchased one. They have 2 observatories with telescope. They have exactly like angel contact events stuff, recognizing that the kind of thing that he was looking at, which is UAP stuff, looked to be exactly like angel contact events. He became very religious after that.
Why? I've heard that the Vatican has what, the largest observatory or the biggest telescope.
Okay, so it's,
Is that true?
yeah, no, it's not the biggest telescope. They have telescopes that are large. They may have just purchased one. They have 2 observatories, one in Arizona and one in Castle Gandolfo, which is in Rome, near Rome, not in Rome, but near Rome. They may
Why?
have, why?
Yeah, why
Well,
did
I
they
mean,
have-
they had it before we did, right? So they've been studying, they've been scientists before Americans were scientists.
Okay.
So it's not, once you start to understand it, it's not weird. It's
Okay.
like, I know it sounds weird because you're not used to thinking about the Vatican has these telescopes. What are they doing? But, think about it. Descartes, all those guys, scientists and Catholics, so European Catholics. So once you understand that Catholicism has been, around for many, many years, you start to recognize that most of the scientists in the Western tradition have been Catholic, or on the outs with Catholics. So Catholics have been around, they've been doing science. So Brother Guy Consolmagno is the director of this thing called the Vatican Observatory, and they still do science.
Right.
So
Okay, weird.
they're scientists and Catholics.
So I don't know where you're at. We're talking about Ezekiel, angels. First I thought maybe we're going with I mean you. UFOs are spiritual entities. Then you're at a crash site and you pick up a chunk of metal, and we're at the Vatican. So what are you thinking? What is this? What is all of this?
Yeah.
Is it two separate things? Is there a spiritual entity and a nuts and bolts thing, or where are
I
you
think
at?
so. Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
You have
So-
to think about this all the time.
Well, of course, this is what I'm doing right now. So yes, I do. But that doesn't mean that I have an answer. So I do know this. I do know that when people who are part of these programs, or not anymore, of course, because the programs are under scrutiny, when aerospace people reach out to me, they're looking at this, they don't know either. They don't know. They want to know. So it's an area of exploration. And to me, there's something that I think some of them are missing. And it's something that Tyler did not miss. It's that there's a spiritual component to this. And if you don't get with the spiritual component, you're not going to have access to the information. That's what I believe. Only because that's how I've seen it in the last 12 years. So since I've been doing this, there are a lot of people, governments, people who represent government, our government, who are scrambling to figure this technology out, safeguard this technology, or, do something with technology for either weapons or to better humanity, all of these things. But the people who I've met who seem to have the most access to this, they don't have those intentions. Those intentions are not their intentions. So to me, there seems to be just like those who seem to have things, or either weapons, safeguard this, represent government, the people who there are in the last 12 years, what I believe, you're not going to have access to if you don't get with the spiritual component to this. And if you don't get with the spiritual component, you're not going to have access to the information. That's what I believe. Only because that's how I've seen it in the last 12 years. So since I've been doing this, there are a lot of people, governments, people who represent government, our government, who are scrambling to figure this technology out, safeguard this technology, or, do something with technology for either weapons or to better humanity, all of these things. But the people who I've met who seem to have the most access to this, they don't have those intentions. Those intentions are not their intentions. So to me, there seems to be, just like when you said you did psychedelics, your intention was allowed you to have a positive experience. That's my interpretation. Because why do I think that? I'm not randomly just thinking that. I'm thinking that because I'm going back to the history of these protocols that allow people to access these realms. And when you are reverent and respectful, it seems there's a better outcome. Well, maybe that's the case here. I don't know, but that's so far my conclusion. So what I do know, though, is that it appears that there's a...
Let me help me understand. So you're saying that your intentions for research might trigger a specific outcome? Or
let's
answer.
see, that sounds very quantum, but I think that your character might determine access to information or knowledge. So Tyler had a certain character, and I don't see that in the people who are scrambling to be the first UFO genius scientist.
Okay.
Completely different characters right there.
So how do you differentiate I asked you if you believe there's a spiritual component and a kind of nuts and bolts type component. How do you differentiate the two? I mean, do they have any relation to each other?
I don't know. So this is something that I think people are trying to figure out. Let's put it this way, okay? If you think about something that we think to be subjective in our minds, completely, like you could even call it spiritual in the sense that it's spirit, it's not matter. That would be our thoughts, right? We tend to think of thoughts as completely non-physical, non-material. Would you not agree?
I don't believe that anymore.
I know
used
you
to.
don't believe it anymore. Okay. Why don't you believe that anymore? And I agree with you.
Why don't I? Through some of my own experiences and interviews, and it's impossible for me to articulate this, but I'll try. I think that you can believe or manifest or whatever you want to call it, realities into existence. I honestly believe, I think I've done it. I think other people that I know have done this. I think that we know very little about consciousness, and I think that we may have the abilities to create our own realities, but we don't have the knowledge on how to do that. I think we get little snippets on how that could be done, but as far as like a full scope, I don't think anybody has a. Does that make any sense at all?
Of course, no, it makes perfect sense.
But
But you did go through a period of not believing that thoughts could be things, right? That could be measurable.
yeah,
Okay. So I would suggest this. So and this has something to do with the question you asked me about the parts being spiritual or material. We're at a point in time, and this is part of what is fascinating to me. So I've been documenting it. So I wrote some articles. By the way, my articles are free on Academia EDU. And I wrote an article where this was about 2017, 2016, where I was documenting the human brain, the computer brain interface that's happening, that's really taking off right now. And then there were two studies. One was at, I think it was the University of Washington, where people had, and this is now common, where they were using brain imaging, but they were able to identify what a person was thinking about. So a person was thinking about a dog, and the image of a dog would become something that could be seen on a computer screen. So they had technology that was able to read brain waves. So therefore, thoughts, which we used to think were completely subjective things that were internal and private, were no longer that. And we were seeing the beginning of that process. And I think that the beginning of this process is going to be exponential at this point because of what Elon Musk is doing and other scientists.
with Neuralink.
Yeah, with all of these types of things that are happening. I also think that the government has been in on this in terms of its remote viewing programs, utilizing consciousness, in order to obtain information. So I would suggest that UAP is like this, is very similar. So in terms of the combination, we're going to be able to identify, when people report UAP events, a lot of what happens is that they report experiences of what you call downloads, like experiences of information that they're getting from whatever it is that are UAP. And that's been consistent in the historical record. Like Joan of Arc, right? This light appears to her, and then it says, do this. And at first she resists because she's like, what are you? And then she goes, oh, you're St. Michael. I can trust you. And then she gets the downloads of military information that she actually utilizes. Like, she's a kid, by the way, when this happened. I think she's 15.
Wow.
Yeah, so how are Catholics in that day and age? She decides to dress like a boy. How is a young girl in that day and
Wait a
age
minute. I missed the header.
convince older men, that this is a good thing, and they're convinced. So what I'm saying is that it's something like that. By the way, I do think that people should not accept the download as easily as they do. I've met too many people who are tortured by this process. So now that I've been doing this, I've met many people in the thousands who tell me about their experiences. And a lot of them are brilliant people who are super successful, and they believe that their success is because of the download experience that they have. But that download experience also causes them to receive so much information that they believe they should tell people about. Like, oh, I received this information, I really should tell this person. And they get tortured by these experiences. In the very beginning of the publishing of my book, I would get correspondence and outright people talking to me and coming to me and saying, you'll have this experience, but you have to accept it first. You have to say yes. And I would always say no, because I don't trust it. So I think that was smart on my part. So, you know, if you get something and it's like this thing that says, okay, you have to accept this in order to get this download, do you accept it? Why accept it? Like, why? So people in our time, we don't have the language. We've lost religion for the most part, right? So we are, even you admit, I'm Catholic, but I don't know my tradition. I never learned the Bible or anything like that. So we've effectively lost our connection to these wisdom traditions. And I'm not saying we should keep all of what they say. A lot of those things I don't keep, but I'll tell you what I do keep. And that's the reticence to allow my mind to be hijacked. So I call it cognitive sovereignty. So I think we should identify that we do have, you know, sovereignty if, you know, we're quickly losing it because of the technologies that are happening. But we've got to, at least where this is concerned, where UAP is concerned, I think we should be careful and not just say yes to that.
I mean, so you're a skeptic. Did you think that UAP, sorry, I'm off on my timeline. Did you think that UAP activity when you went to the crash site was complete bullshit? Or did you think it was some type of a spiritual entity? Have you dove in, like, had you looked into the Vatican stuff before you went to
Yeah,
site?
so I already knew the tradition of, you know, contact events with angels and
Okay,
you know, that kind
okay.
of thing.
Did you believe it at that time? Did you believe that it was...
I believe that people had experiences.
So when you went to the crash site and you saw an actual chunk of metal that you believe came off of some type of a...
I'm still not sure I believe that. I don't know what
Okay.
it came off of. I just know that it was a real physical object.
So it didn't necessarily turn you into... It did not
No.
turn you into a believer.
No.
Did it... I mean, it had to have brought up some type of... It had to have brought up thoughts. you know,
Yeah.
if this is real, is it two separate... Is it two completely separate things? Because then I don't think a chunk of metal is going to fall off of an angel
It's hard to say.
or a spiritual entity.
I don't know. So when
I mean,
people...
what do you think about,
Okay, let's put it
guys
this
like,
way. I
like
heard-
Ryan Graves or I forgot, is it John Favor?
Yeah, John
That-
Fravor
yeah,
and
that-
Ryan Graves, fighter pilots.
What I mean, what do you think about accounts, firsthand accounts like these guys?
Yep, totally anomalous UAP is what I think. It could be, I mean, they don't know. They think, I mean, I've heard Ryan Graves talk. I was in a talk that he gave to scientists, and he was explaining his experience in more detail than normal.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting because he said that through different types of technologies like, you know, infrared goggles and things like that, but other types of things, you could see a whole array of different types of things. So, and I know that already. So that even comes from, if you look at the ufology of John Keel, he talks about this thing called the super spectrum. And he's basically saying that some people, you know how humans only see certain visual, you know, light, and dogs and cats see other things, right? So it could be that these objects are not, we cannot see them with the kind of, but some of us might be able to. Like some of us might be the unlucky few that can see these kinds of things because, this also occurs in massive events like Medjugorje, like Virgin Mary apparition sites, where only the visionaries can see the Virgin Mary, but no one else can. But they've been tested, and their eyes are tracking something, absolutely, and they're all tracking the same thing. So they're seeing something. So, I mean, it's not just UAP stuff that's anomalous and weird. It's religious stuff too. So I think that we are coming into a space, and UAP is helping us do that, where the religious stuff is actually becoming much more real to us, at least for me. Like when I started to see UAP as real for these scientists, I started to think, this religious stuff that I've been looking at is real too. I mean, I actually believed in it, but I didn't believe in it as viscerally. I didn't believe in it as, crying out for God to help me through this, because it's real. That's the kind of.
Have you talked to any of the higher ups or leadership or clergy or whatever they call it at the Vatican?
The magisterium?
What do they say about this type of thing?
Some of them are horrified that people are even going to the Vatican and talking about the Vatican with respect to UFOs. And I understand why. I don't think that they're inclined to view it as UFOs. I think that they're inclined to view it as we live in a universe where God's created many things, and these could be angels that people are seeing or demons. I think that a lot of people in the Vatican will look at it from a spiritual perspective. That's how they looked at it before. And I think that they're waiting for secular people to kind of get up to speed.
I really want to know what you think. Do you think they come from space?
The ones that we're seeing now, okay, so I have a particular perspective. It might change, but this is what my perspective is now. And it's purely my own, based on, and I'm not advising anyone to believe what I believe. So that said, okay. And of course, this is nothing that can be put in a paper and peer reviewed and published. This is just my perspective. I'm talking to Sean and telling you, and people who listen to you. To me, this looks pretty weird, and I'm not liking it. Okay, so I get a feeling from it, and I feel that, and especially what happened to me after American Cosmic was published, I had people surrounding me. So I had a collegial friendship with Tyler and Gary, and we were studying these objects and things like that. And Tyler became a Catholic or just much more Christian, let's put it that way, a believer that what he was studying were like angels, and that changed his life. Okay. And then I felt, wow, what I'm studying is real, and that changed my life. Okay. So I was changed. Directly after that, I was targeted by what my friend Tim Gallaudet would call counterintelligence. And they had the same idea, by the way. They did not view these things as extraterrestrial, and they thought that they were bad. And so this group I got a distinct feeling that there's something really bad happening. There's something really bad. And I started to talk to people who now we call whistleblowers. So they would talk to me, and they would say the same thing. They're afraid. They would be afraid. And by the way, none of those whistleblowers are at the congressional hearings, none of them. And they don't want to be. And in fact, most of the information that's getting taken from them is being taken in ways that are not public and not like what I would call nice, okay? It's uncomfortable. So I believe that if we were to call these things anything, they would be in the realm of like, if it's uncomfortable public and it's being taken in ways that and they don't want to be. Those whistleblowers are at the congressional hearings, none of them, and they don't want to be. And in fact, most of the information that's getting taken from them is being taken in ways that are not public and not like what I would call nice, okay? It's uncomfortable. So I believe that if we were to call these things anything, they would be in the realm of like the angelic and the demonic. That's how I feel about them, personally, right now. My mind might change in 2 years if with more data, I feel that because of the types of responses I've had from people who are associated with our government, and they shouldn't, in my opinion, they shouldn't be. That's how I feel. My experiences.
Interesting. Interesting. You talk a lot about. Thank you for sharing that, by the way.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually shared it, to tell you the truth. I mean, I'm an academic, and that's, and I've been talking as an academic. I've been going to universities to talk. I'm now talking publicly, and this is the first time I've actually said that.
That's what I think. Not that I've done even
Now, the time I've actually people who are associated with demonic. So I believe that if we were to call these things anything, they would be in the realm of like the nice. Okay, it's uncomfortable. Things anything, they would be in the realm of like the angelic and the demonic. That's how I feel about them, personally, right now. My mind might change in 2 years if with more data, I feel that because of the types of responses I've had from people who are associated with our government, and they shouldn't, in my opinion, they shouldn't be. That's how I feel. My experiences.
Interesting. Interesting. You talk a lot about. Thank you for sharing that, by the way.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually shared it, to tell you the truth. I mean, I'm an academic, and that's, and I've been talking as an academic. I tell you the truth.
For sharing that, by the way.
That's how I feel, and they shouldn't, in my opinion, they shouldn't be. Who are associated with our government, as I've had from the types of, my mind might change in 2 years if with more data, I feel that because of the types of responses I've had from people who are associated with our government, and they shouldn't, in my opinion, they shouldn't be. That's how I feel. My experiences.
Interesting. Interesting. You talk a lot about. Thank you for sharing that, by the way.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually shared it, to tell you the truth. I mean, I'm an academic, and that's, I've been talking as an academic. I've been going to universities to talk. I'm now talking publicly, and this is the first time I've actually said that.
That's what I think. Not that I've done even a smidget of the research that you have, but that's. I mean, it seems to be the only thing that could not leave a trace. And when I brought up, kind of what I think about, other realms and manifesting or praying into, or whatever you want to say, I think that the human mind, I think we've been indoctrinated to think that we have a lot of limitations that are not really there, and I don't know how we're gonna break that, but you talk a lot about technologies. What
Yes.
kind of technologies are you speaking about?
Okay, so are we talking about the UAP affiliated type of technologies, or the AI that's happening right
Let's
now?
go with
How is there
both.
more stuff?
Okay.
Oh, because I
so
did that?
let's see.
That's fine.
Well, obviously, we have some issues coming up with respect to AI, and especially with things like Neuralink, right? Not to say it's bad, right? I'm just saying that we've got things to deal with as it's becoming much more rolled out to the public. So the cognitive sovereignty type of thing, I mean, I think there's a point, if you look at the Bible,
Alright. More to come tomorrow.